Good morning, everybody. I'm going to call to order the Grand Traverse County Board of Commissioners regular meeting for Wednesday, December 18th, 2024. It's 9 a.m. We'll start this meeting with our opening ceremonies. And on the rotation for invocation is myself this time. So I'm going to read a little something here. Let us consider charity as a virtue. It is altruistic love for others. St. Thomas Aquinas wrote, "Charity is not vanity. Indeed, it is opposed to vanity, and it is of infinite power, since it brings the human soul to infinite good." St. Augustine of Hippo wrote, "Charity is a virtue which, when our affections are perfectly ordered, unites us to God, for by it we love him." And finally, Mother Teresa challenged us to diligence of the heart when she wrote, "Love is not patronizing, and charity is not about pity. It is about love. Charity and love are the same. With charity, you give love. So don't just give money, but reach out your hand instead." At the Rotary meeting, they asked for volunteers to create and deliver Christmas baskets for families in need. Commissioner Flynn took one. Deputy Administrator Forsyth took one. City Manager Liz Vogel took one, as did many others, and my daughter and I took one as well. We were given a list of names and ages and a short description of the family. Here's the family I got. December of last year, this family of four lost their father, leaving a young mother with two boys and two boys under 6. The boys and their mother had an extremely difficult year. The grandmother stepped in to help with the boys. Tragically, the boys' mother passed away this past August, leaving the boys orphans and leaving grandmother as their guardian. Grandmother has lost her daughter and son-in-law in less than a year. She is grieving while taking care of the parenting of 2 young boys. To say that she is overwhelmed would be an understatement. Christmas will be extremely hard for these kids. It was Mom's favorite holiday. Nothing can replace the boys' parents. But it is our hope that someone will be able to assist the grandmother in making a Christmas this year. When I read that, I thought, my problems aren't so bad. Let us pray. Father in heaven, we thank you for drawing us all to this great work of charity this Christmas. You have brought us together in fellowship in this place at this time to extend charity to those around us. We remember those who have suffered great loss and tragedy this year. We pray for your blessing and everlasting comfort for this family who mourns so deeply this Christmas time. Help us to not only remember them, but to serve them and all who suffer in the world. May we be ever diligent in this work, and may this work inspire others. Bless us with true charity in our hearts. In Jesus' name I pray, amen. Amen. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Clerk Gadman, could we please have the roll call?
Certainly. Andrews?
Here.
Flynn?
Here.
Jewett?
Here.
Morris?
Here.
Nelson?
Here.
Seifert?
Here.
Walter?
Yes, here.
Henschel?
I'm here.
And I believe Mr. McAllister is excused.
Yes, he is. Next, we have approval of the minutes, the Board of Commissioners regular meeting of December 4th, 2024, and the study session of December 11th, 2024. Are there any corrections? Commissioner Andrews.
I counted 5 errors in the study session minutes, so I'll just go through them. First, the discussion, under discussion, it says review of legal and financial analysis of airport bonding. And then it indicates that Attorney Sweats was made available for questions. Actually, at that point in the meeting, he was not made available for questions. He was asked if he had any presentation. He had none. So we moved on, and that's an important issue because there was a lot of discussion, as you all remember, about the fact that we didn't really have a discussion at that time. Second is that the motion to go into closed session there was a motion to go into closed session, not to discuss attorney-client privilege made by Mr. Jewett, seconded by Mr. Nelson. That was a motion to go into closed session, not a motion to discuss. That's the one that failed. Then there was a motion to reconsider that was made by Andrews and seconded by Walter. It was not a motion to reconsider. The motion to go, that was not the motion listed here. The motion by Walter and seconded by Nelson was not to reconsider. It was to go into closed session. So all of which is to say there's a motion missing entirely, which is the motion to reconsider. The motion to go into closed session was separate, and it needs to include the time that that motion was made. Those are all, I watched the video again. It's all very clear in the video. It is important that our minutes be correct when we're talking about going into closed sessions. So I'm happy to send you a follow-up email.
Yeah, could you email that over to Clerk Edmund?
Make
Yes.
sure that works.
Okay. I'm just reading through the minutes as you mentioned those. I think you are correct, so. Would you like to make a motion with those corrections?
Motion to approve the minutes with the corrections discussed for the December 11th study session.
Support.
Motion by Andrews, support by Jewett. Is there any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you for those corrections. That brings us to first public comment. Clerk Edmund, could you read the rules?
Certainly. Any person shall be permitted to address a meeting of the Board of Commissioners, which is required to be open to the public under the provisions of the Michigan Open Meetings Act. Public comment shall be carried out in accordance with the following board rules and procedures. Any person wishing to address the board may state his or her name and township or district. Providing a specific address is not recommended. Persons may address the board on matters or issues which are relevant and germane to county government as determined by the chair. No person shall be allowed to speak more than once on the same matter, excluding time needed to answer commissioners' questions, if any. The chair shall control the amount of time each person shall be allowed to speak, which shall not exceed 3 minutes. The chair may at his discretion allow an additional opportunity or time to speak if determined germane and necessary to the discussion. Public comment will be solicited during the 2 public comment periods noted in Rule 5.4 Order of Business. However, public comment may be received during the meeting when a specific agenda topic is scheduled for discussion by the board. Prior to the first public comment, the chair will indicate the topics on the agenda for which public comment will be accepted. Members of the public wishing to comment should raise their hand or pass a note to the clerk in order to be recognized and shall not address the board until called upon by the chair. The board shall not comment or respond to a person who is addressing the board. Silence or non-response from the board shall not be interpreted as disinterest or disagreement by the board. Please be respectful and refrain from personal or political attacks.
Thank you, Clerk Edmund. Would anyone like to address the board? Now is your opportunity. Step up to the microphone. You can form a line if you like. Welcome.
Good morning.
If you could start with your name.
I'm Jane Hayes, and I am a member of the Women's Resource Center Board of Directors and a resident of Grand Traverse County. As a member of the board of the Women's Resource Center, I am here to remind all survivors of sexual violence, women and men, that the WRC is here to support you, to stand with you, and believe you. We know that sexual abuse does exist in our community. As a resident of Grand Traverse County, I am here to express my concern for the impact of the accusations of sexual abuse, this time about the alleged behavior of the chair of the commission. As a community member, I have served on a variety of local boards, large and small, public and private. I've been elected, I've been appointed, and I've volunteered. I've served as a board chair of a number of them during difficult and challenging times. On every one of those boards, I have had the privilege of working with people from all walks of life who came to the job for the purpose of serving the citizens of our community. They were people who maintained civility, and respect for one another and worked with one another according to a standard of conduct. A standard of conduct that demonstrates a willingness to be accountable to the public, to acknowledge conflicts of interest, to demonstrate transparency in decision-making, and to adopt a standard of conduct to build trust with the community. I have never experienced a situation where 3 members of a board were facing 3 separate incidents that caused negative public attention that could distract from the work of the board. These investigations are distracting and will continue to impact the ability of the Commission and County administration to serve the public. This investigation of the chair of the County Commission is likely to be a difficult and long process for all those involved and the community. I join those who would like to see this commission focus on all it has been elected to do for the public. It is impossible to see any way for that to happen.
Thank you, Jane. Your time is up.
Unless the chair steps aside.
Jane, your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you for your time and attention.
Please hold your applause. Please hold your applause. It's not appropriate at this time.
Good morning.
Welcome.
I'm Bruce Moen, East Bay Township in District 5, Commissioner Henschel's district. I'd like to begin with a short Associated Press article from November 25th. A county official in Michigan has taken the oath of office for another term, but face-to-face meetings with his constituents are unlikely. Mark Brandt, re-elected November 5th as a Monroe County Commissioner, soon will be off to federal prison. The Republican said that he has no plans to resign and will collect a roughly $15,000 per year salary. While I'm gone, my phone will be available, Brandt told the Detroit Free Press. I have somebody who will be taking my messages, and my fellow board members have all volunteered to handle all of my constituents' concerns that I won't be able to handle. In September, Brandt was sentenced to 18 months in prison, though his actual time in custody will be shorter. He pleaded guilty to allowing his land in southeastern Michigan to be used to grow marijuana for distribution across the border in Ohio. A convict in prison cannot provide acceptable representation on a county commission. The Grand Traverse County Board should advocate for a change to state law that removes a commissioner from office when incarceration will last more than 30 days, with provision to appoint a replacement to serve until the next general election. Thank you.
Thanks, Bruce. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Sue Kensington. I live in Traverse City, and for many years, I worked in the field of domestic and sexual abuse. The Grand Traverse County, like other counties, during the holidays, these holidays sees an increase in the incidence of these crimes. I would like to share a reading, a prayer of sorts, one that's based on Psalms 103, verse 6. May justice prevail for all who have survived violence and abuse. May accountability be brought to those who have caused harm, and may every act of injustice be met with fairness and truth. Let righteousness shine through, bringing healing and restoration to those who have suffered. May all who have been wronged find comfort and see justice served. May peace, safety, and dignity be restored to them, and may we strive together to create a world where such harm is no longer tolerated. May compassion and justice guide us all. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. Welcome.
Good morning, and good morning to everyone in the audience. My name is Carlton Kem. I'm a resident of Traverse City. I'm also on the steering committee of Traverse Indivisible and speaking for the steering committee. Travers Indivisible's decision to call for Robert Henschel's resignation was not taken lightly. It was based not on a presumption of guilt. Rather, it stems from a troubling pattern of alleged and proven misconduct of the leadership of the Board of Commissioners over the past 4 years. From the filing of civil charges against Vice Chair Klaus for brandishing a weapon in a public meeting, to Vice Chair Jewett's criminal solicitation conviction, and now allegations of criminal sexual conduct against Chair Henschel, these incidents are a disturbing picture of arrogance and a lack of accountability. This behavior hampers the board from doing its work. It undermines efforts to attract businesses, recruit employees, and welcome visitors. Ultimately, the fabric of our community is damaged, affecting all of us. For the good of Grand Traverse County, Traverse Indivisible urges all voters, regardless of party, to demand Chairman Henschel's resignation. Thank you.
Thanks, Carl. Please hold your applause. It's not appropriate in a business meeting. Next person, please. Welcome.
Good morning. I'm Carol Shakra, East Bay Township, and I'm here in concern for what I hope the Commission will further embrace. If ever there was a moment in time to create an ethics committee, the public is saying that time is now. Commissioners, please consider the value of installing an ethics committee. I remember, it feels like 7 or 8 years ago, when the Commission appointed 3 members of the Commission to be the ad hoc committee to consider whether or not to have an ethics committee. We met up on the 3rd floor. It was one of the 3 members was not there, and the vice chair of the committee took a vote, and poof, the ethics committee was closed down. Secondly, I want to say, why did it take so long? I understand from the people who have done the research, since October 7th, this matter has not been dealt with until very recently. And we all question why that is. Thank you very much for your service.
Thank you, Carol. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Dee Zeidersma. I am a Grand Traverse County resident. Today I stand before you to address a matter of great concern that has eroded the already crumbling trust in some of our local leadership. Recent accusations against Rob Henschel have brought to light a series of actions that are not only deeply troubling, but also fundamentally incompatible with the principles of integrity and accountability. We expect better from our leaders. We look to our leaders for guidance, honesty, and a steadfast commitment to the public good. Unfortunately, the patterns of behavior exhibited by several members of this board reveal a stark departure from these ideals. The most recent allegations against Rob Henschel of sexual assault paint a picture of a leader who has failed to uphold the ethical standards required of their position. This is not the leadership we need. Our community deserves leaders who are transparent, who take responsibility for their actions, and who prioritize the welfare of people above all else, both personally and professionally. Integrity, it's not just a word. It's the cornerstone of effective governance. Without it, trust deteriorates, as it has, and the very fabric of our society begins to fray. We must hold our leaders accountable. It is imperative that Rob Henschel steps down immediately to allow for a thorough and unbiased investigation. This is not a call for retribution, but it's a necessary step to restore faith in our institutions and to ensure that justice is served. Accountability, it's not optional. It's a fundamental aspect of leadership. The patterns of behavior that have emerged are not isolated incidents, but but part of a troubling trend that cannot be ignored. We must demand better from those who hold positions in power. It is only through unwavering commitment to ethical conduct and accountability that we can hope to build a future where trust in leaders is restored. In conclusion, I urge Rob Henschel to resign immediately. This is a critical moment for our community. We must seize it to reaffirm our commitment to integrity and to accountability. Let all of us stand together, demanding the leadership that we deserve. Leadership that is honest, transparent, and dedicated to the common good.
Thank you, Dee. Please hold your applause. It's not appropriate in a business meeting. Come to order.
Speak in here?
Welcome.
Good morning, Rob. Dave Petro of Interlochen. Once again, I must question the standards of the people I most often support. Most of my life, I have voted with the Democratic Party, but I have been mostly disappointed with the results from the Democrats when they are in power. And in northern Michigan, that doesn't happen very often. Today, there is a rally against another Republican Grand Traverse County Commissioner, not because of something that affects the thousands of county residents, but only affecting one person, and it has nothing to do with county government. It is but one more act of retribution against the party that won an election while they were on the losing side. Where were these protesters in the recent past when other things were going on, like the forest cleared at for the airport, or the land given to Camp Grayling for more war exercises, and then the approval of a factory by Saab to test weapons and build weapons of war? Where were they when this board approved a Second Amendment sanctuary resolution? I was totally against that one. Where were they when the board gave themselves a 72% pay raise less than 2 years ago, and then followed with a 45% pay raise a couple weeks ago? The list of objectionable actions passed by party line votes that should rankle most citizens, but not one called for a public protest in front of the government center. There are plenty of issues we should be speaking about, but organizing a vigilante mob to press for conviction before any action for trial is not what our Constitution allows. We have problems in America with people in power who do not follow the good intentions of our Constitution. Democracy and many of both parties who are not content to ignore the clear language of the Constitution when it suits their goal. The current president has not asked for and has not received any authorization to initiate war by our armed forces, which is against the Constitution. If you want to get rid of somebody, Joe Biden should be impeached and put out of office right now. We've got a war going, a genocidal war, killing thousands and thousands of children in Gaza and other places, and that's ignored. If you want to do something, this board has nothing to do with the actions of any of these people that we're complaining about here. It doesn't affect what you're doing and what's going on there. So thank you.
Thanks, Dave.
Does it affect?
Come to order, please, one at a time. If you'd like to speak to the board, now's your opportunity. Okay, seeing none, we will close public comment and resume our regular agenda here. I believe our next order is the approval of the agenda. Does anyone have any issues with the agenda as presented? Commissioner Andrews.
Yeah, so a couple of things. One is we received a report or some correspondence that Whitewater would not be able to fulfill its ARPA request, and so I think we should have a discussion about that. That arguably could come under A4, where we're just receiving the status report, or it could be an agenda item, but I think that deserves commission. I don't think I see it on
We're
the
planning to talk about that at A4. Commissioner Nelson has some
I'm going to
information.
pull A4 and discuss
Yeah.
that.
Okay.
I have an update.
Another question relates to the Antrim County has sent us official notice that they will not be withdrawing, that they will seek to withdraw, and I think we should have a discussion.
agree.
I think we had a motion tabled on that from before. I don't know if that automatically brings it
We'll put that
forward.
at 10A, unfinished business. We'll discuss the Antrim County District Court situation.
Great, and then the last item is I think we should have a discussion under 12, maybe C, about the first organizational meeting of the year, considering it falls on a holiday, under our rules. Just what the schedule of that is.
Okay. So we have a request to add 10A, an Antrim County District Court discussion, and 12C about the first organizational meeting of 2025.
Motion to approve the agenda with,
I have my hand raised.
Oh, I'm sorry. Commissioner Walter? Go
Yeah,
ahead.
I'd like to add an item to discuss revisiting an ethics committee for the board.
Okay, we'll put that as 10B, unfinished business, Ethics Committee. And I just picked that because that's where I had space in my paper.
Court. A was.
10A is Antrim District Court,
Antrim,
10B
okay.
is Ethics Committee. All right, Commissioner Jewett?
yeah, I'll make a motion to approve the agenda with the changes mentioned, the additions mentioned.
Is there support?
Support.
Okay, motion by Jewett, support by Andrews to accept the agenda with the additions of 10A, Antrim County District Court discussion, 10B, Ethics Committee, and 12C, first organizational meeting of 2025. Is there any further discussion on the motion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. That brings us to the consent calendar. Sam, would you read that, please?
Certainly. The purpose of the consent calendar is to expedite business by grouping non-controversial items together to be dealt with by one commission motion without discussion. Any member of the commission, staff, or the public may ask that any item on the consent calendar be removed and placed elsewhere on the agenda for full discussion. Such requests will be automatically respected. If any item is not removed from the consent calendar, the action noted to receive and file or approve is approved by a single commission action adopting the consent calendar. All information identified on the consent calendar can be viewed in its entirety on the county's website. Items to receive. Item A1, the Traverse Area District Library, October 2024 meeting minutes. Item A2, the Grand Traverse Conservation District, November 2024 report. Item A3 is an expenditure report. Item A4, the ARPA status report. Items for approval. Item B1, appointment recommendations to approve the appointments as recommended by the ad hoc committee. Item B2, Material Management Planning Committee, approval of bylaws. To approve the Materials Management Planning Committee bylaws as recommended by the MMPC on November 8th of 2024. Item B3, the Grand Traverse Department of Veterans Affairs and Leelanau County Agreement, approving a 6-year agreement between Grand Traverse County Department of Veterans Affairs and Leelanau County for Veteran Services from 2025 to 2030. Item B4, Parks and Recreation Declaration of Surplus, recommending the disposition of a 2006 Chevrolet Silverado as surplus and to sell at auction. Item B5, Barracuda Email Protection Software removal. Grand Traverse County IT is requesting the budget approval to renew the Barracuda Email Protection application of $27,294 from the 2024 budget. Item B6, ARPA funding reimbursement request. Approve ARPA reimbursement request presented as Exhibit C in the agenda packet from respective funding agreements reviewed by the Finance Director and to be reported appropriately according to the U.S. Treasury final rule. Item B7, MSU Extension 2025 Memorandum of Agreement. Approve the 2025 agreement for MSU Extension Services. Item B8, Township Appointments to the Public Works. Affirm the recommendation appointments to the Board of Public Works. And item B9, the 2024 budget amendments. Review and approval of the budget amendments provided in the packet.
Thank you, Gabe. Sam, sorry. Commissioner Jewett.
B5.
Mayor, have you for B, or Nelson for B4. Commissioner Flynn?
With Mr. Roof here, the Grand Traverse Veterans Affairs Leelanau Agreement.
Which number is that?
B3.
B3 for Flynn. Andrews?
Yes, B8.
You've already taken off.
Commissioner
A4.
Nelson, what you have is A4. All right, I have, in order, I have A4 removed by Nelson, B3 by Flynn, B5 by Jewett, B8 by Andrews. Is there any others? Do I have a motion to approve with these exceptions?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Andrews, supported by Jewett. Any further discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Andrews,
Yes.
Flynn,
Yes.
Jewett,
Yes.
Morris,
Yes.
Nelson,
Yes.
Seifert,
Yes.
Walter,
Yes.
Henschel.
Yes, motion carries. That brings us to item 7A, public hearing on the 2025 recommended budget. Mr. Alger.
Good morning, Commissioners, and thank you. We have a scheduled public hearing today on the 2025 budget. It's been noticed since December 4th, I believe. We have properly adhered to the notice, and we need to open the public hearing for public discussion about the budget.
Okay, we'll open the public hearing at 9:31 a.m. Before we take public comment on the budget, is there anything to present, or you just...
The information is within the packet, and we've had quite a few conversations about the budget. I don't have anything to add in addition to what has been presented previously.
Okay, so we'll open up. If anyone would like to make a public comment on the budget, please approach the podium at this time. Seeing none, we will close public comment.
If I could,
I'm sorry.
We are required to state specifically the millage rates that will be levied. Those rates are listed, they're on page 150 and 152. They're included, 150 and 151, in the budget resolution itself. So for the general fund, which is the primary millage that will be levied to support the budget, we don't know what the rate will be because that will be calculated next May. But the budget resolution uses the current rate, which is 4.6710 mils. And that's the subject of the public hearing, just to specify what that millage rate will be.
Okay, so having stated the millage rate, I'll offer once again if anyone would like to make a public comment on the millage rates or the budget. All right, seeing none, we will close public comment and we will close the public hearing at 9:32. And that'll bring us to item 7B, the final budget recommendation. Administrator Alger.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. The appropriations resolution is within the packet, and that resolution needs to be approved by the Board of Commissioners so that we can be prepared to move forward on January 1 of 2025.
Commissioner Jewett.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we adopt the 2025 budget and general appropriations as presented.
Support.
Motion by Jewett, support by Nelson. And we'll go into discussion. Any comments? Commissioner Andrews.
It's my understanding that the budget is proposing to add a new position for a treatment court coordinator to be funded by the opioid opioid settlement dollars. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, I'm just going to, for the reasons I've said at least 2 or 3 times, I'm not going to support a budget that includes that. So I'll either propose a friendly amendment, or I'll move to separate the question so that we can have a discussion on light items within the budget.
Okay, is there any interest in a friendly amendment by the mover?
No.
There's no interest in that, so you can make a motion if you'd like to.
So I'm going to move to, would it be to separate the question, and the question would be, should the budget include funding for a treatment court coordinator to be funded by opioid settlement dollars?
Second.
Okay, you have a motion by Andrews, a second by Flynn to separate the question. Further discussion on the motion? Let's have a roll call vote, please.
Flynn,
Yes.
Jewett,
No.
Morris,
Yes.
Nelson,
No.
Seifert,
Yes.
Walter,
Yes.
Andrews,
Yes.
Henschel.
No, the motion carries. The question is separated. So I guess we'll take your question at first, which is whether the court position should be funded with opioid dollars. So
I did speak with Commissioner Andrews about this a couple different times. I understand the question, I understand the concern, and we do have the ability to fund the position regardless with general fund appropriation.
Okay. So to clarify, Commissioner Andrews, are you saying you'd like to see this funded with general funds versus opioid dollars?
Correct.
Okay. So trying to think procedurally how best to handle that, if you want to make that the motion so that the board may weigh its will on that particular item.
I'll make the motion to support the creation of the position using general fund dollars instead of opioid funds.
Support.
Okay, so we'll take a motion by Walter and a support by Andrews, and that is to fund that position using general fund dollars instead of the opioid fund dollars. Clerk Edmund, do you have that?
Supporting the position with general fund dollars as opposed to opioid dollars.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. We're still wanting to have an opioid discussion and how we're best going to use those funds. So while I support the position, I don't necessarily support using those opioid funds at this time, given that we haven't had a full board discussion about it yet.
Okay.
I agree. We have not discussed the process of how those funds are spent, so I think that's important that we get that process done before we spend those dollars.
Okay. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Is everybody clear on the motion? Okay, roll call vote, please.
Jewett?
No.
Morris?
Yes.
Nelson?
No.
Seifert?
Yes.
Walter?
Yes.
Andrews?
Yes.
Flynn?
Yes.
Henschel?
No, motion carries. So the budget will now include that position funded with general fund dollars instead of the opioid. Now back to the main motion, which is to pass the budget as presented with that one exception. And discussion.
I'm going to move to separate the question. We have, as I understand it, the memo is ambiguous at least, or maybe it's a clarification before a motion, in terms of whether the jail discharge position is a reallocation of an existing corrections position or is it a new position?
It's a reallocation of an existing position.
That's within the budget as it is drafted?
Correct.
Thank you, then I don't need to
Okay.
move that.
All right, is there any further discussion on the motion on the floor?
Yes. I do,
Commissioner
but
Seifert.
I'm having difficulty finding the capital improvement plan on here, but on here, or at least as last it was presented,
Start at page about like 140, maybe 140?
let's see, I got it, so bear with me, I apologize for finding this.
It's only $52 million. Take your time.
I intend to.
I'm going to grab a coffee while you do that.
I'll wait for you to get back. Thanks, Rob. No, I didn't find it. I went right by it. Oh, there we go. Ready when you are, Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So on page 142 of 152, under Facilities Management, 2025 Capital Improvement Plan Budget Recommendation, we have two recommendations for $100,000 for a restroom building construction for Camp Graylick, as well as a kayak rental kiosk for $45,000. When this initially was proposed, at least the kayak rental kiosk, wasn't in favor of it then, but there were some private dollars that were going to be coming forward to help fund this, which are no longer existing at this time. And with everything that's going on here, I think we're trying to run before we can walk. I think our commitment to Camp Graylick is clear. I think it's putting the cart before the horse. I think we should only be doing things to Camp Graylick that we can afford now on our endowment fund or the interest payments that we're getting, which I don't think that these will do that. I think we should try to make sure that we can maintain it as it is now and then make slow improvements. You know, if I understand the desire for kayaks to be put out there for people to use them. I've talked to some folks, and if that's what we want to do, we can build a rack and just donate some kayaks and just be done with it and just put them out there for people to use. So I'm not in favor of those. So if somebody hold my hand here, I want to remove this from the budget proposal. Separate the question, I believe.
Yeah, that would be a motion to separate the question by Seifert
Second.
and a second by Walter. And to be specific, to remove funding for,
the bathroom and the Kayak rental kiosk at Camp Kayak for a total of $145,000.
okay?
I'm happy to revisit those budget items come when the park plan is finished, which I hear is soon, perhaps. But at this point, we haven't even seen a plan, so I'm happy to look at those budget items again next year.
Okay, so I have a motion by Seifert and support by Walter to separate the question, removing the bathroom and the kiosk from the Camp Greilich Fund for $145,000. Now we'll go to discussion. Commissioner Nelson.
Yeah, for a discussion point, first of all, this has been on our paper since April. We've had it since April. I'm frustrated that you wait till the last minute to do this. Secondly, we've got and Mr. Chase is going to speak, and I'm sorry to jump ahead of you, sir. The Parks and Recs Board has put this up. We've got a commission that has studied this. They have presented the plan as it is. So far, they have demonstrated the need for this. Both of these are for the protection of the water out there. Both of these were highly important to the neighbors surrounding this area. Second of all, this is a budget. This is not an expenditure. We are not spending either of these monies. This demonstrates to the significant donor base that we have looking at Camp Kayak that the county is stating that these are important and these are a part of something that we feel that money should be spent on. Now, if a donor is looking at either of these items and we don't have it in the budget, if we don't feel it's important enough, maybe the donor is not going to feel it is important to the county, and where is it going to be spent? This is a budget. It's not an expenditure. I want to remind you guys of that. So please, the Parks and Rec Board was quite frustrated that their plan that has been in place for such a long time was being questioned. At the last meeting, somewhat flummoxed that nobody on the board has been contacted about this, that this has been on there since April, and to wait to this point is extremely frustrating, and I think it's dismissive of our board. So I wanted to say those before Mr. Chase, who is probably going to be more diplomatic than me.
Mr. Chase, please.
Thank you. So I appreciate the question, and thank you for raising that. As mentioned, we have come to this commission before, and we've talked about what we're looking to do. Our Parks Commission has been working with our Strategic Planning Committee to put together a draft business plan. We have published that draft business plan actually on Monday. It is available on our website. It's available for public comment as well on the website, and will be out there until January 12th.
Commissioner Andrews?
This is not a last-minute modification. We saw the capital improvement plan spending list for the first time on December 4th, and we raised questions about it at that time. There was no vote taken, and this is the first opportunity that somebody has made a motion to approve the budget. So this is by no means a last-minute request. We have, to Commissioner Nelson's point, if there's any doubt as to the county's commitment to Camp Kayak, I think the fact that we have spent $3.5 million on that park in 2024 speaks to that commitment, given that we have done nothing comparable to any other park. I think we got $1 million grant for the Civic Center, but that didn't come out of our budget, as we all know. This is by no means, I don't know if you've been to the bathrooms at Power Island, but they are a higher priority to me than the bathroom at a brand-new park that we've just spent $3.5 million at. I'm not opposed to spending money on bathrooms in parks. In fact, I support it. I think we've got to be equitable in our approach to parks. Camp Kayak has gotten a lot of investment, and my preference is to, instead of adding to that investment, we need to have a plan presented to this board. We need the Parks and Rec plan updated, and then we can talk about its priorities. But to me, it's premature to include that in this budget, which is why I'll be supporting that motion.
For my part of the discussion, I really appreciate more than you'll ever know Commissioner Andrews' fiscal conservancy on this and reaching for accountability. On the other hand, when we were discussing the purchase of that park, the area lake owners were very expressive of their concern of people bringing in their own boats, and one of the things that alleviated that concern was this idea of this kiosk and it being in the plans. I feel like if we go back on that, there's going to be some upset people that are neighboring that park, sharing that lake with that public park, that are going to be quite upset because they're very concerned about invasive species getting into the lake and the types of boats people may bring if they don't have another option. So for that reason, I will not support separating it. I do believe we will still have private donors coming in and helping with these expenses, but right now we're looking to get it in the budget, and so that's my part. Commissioner Flynn?
I respectfully disagree with that. Us wanting to discuss these options and seeing a plan does not support the ideas and wishes of the homeowners. I think this shows that we respect and want a really good plan for that park to make sure that it is helpful with them, it's good with their water, what they want with the boats and water and their area. So I disagree that taking this off the budget is disrespectful to them or not honoring, but we have to worry about a lot of other parks as well.
Commissioner Nelson and then Seifert.
This is budgeted, it's not an expenditure. This item can be reviewed and will be reviewed, these items, prior to the expenditure in public meetings. This is not spending of the money. This is putting a placeholder in the budget, which shows that our commitment is to have that. That helps the people who are looking for donors to make a pitch to them that this is something that they can make a donation to. Again, this would be reviewed and approved in a public meeting if it's expended.
Commissioner Seifert.
Yeah, so apparently I'm struggling with being clear the last few weeks. I did just state that I've secured people that are willing to build a rack and donate kayaks for people to use, which is going to serve the exact same purpose as spending $45,000 on a kiosk. That's going to sit in the middle of the woods and people are going to use their credit card. I'm going to be kind of flippant and refer to Redbox at how that process works really, really well. In addition to that, from the get-go, I'm sure everybody's heard me say, I don't want it to become a theme park. We have not voted on a plan. We've heard a bunch of plans. We have not voted and approved anything. And no one's saying here that we shouldn't be going forward and taking care of the neighbors and this wonderful piece of property. However, what I am saying is that to budget $145,000 is giving the green light to go and spend $145,000, whether it's going to come back under a consent calendar or come back to this committee. If that's the case, then we should be brought back to the board and say, Mr. Chase, say, hey, you know what? We've got this lined up. Here we go. I know you didn't approve in the budget, but here I am with this. That's not to say we can't bring that back either.
Mr. Seifert, do I understand correct? You have somebody that's willing to build a rack and donate it?
Yep.
That makes
donate kayaks too.
And kayaks. Have you heard of this?
Of that?
Yeah.
No, I've not. But
This is
I
the
will
first
say
I've heard
that,
of this.
Doing something like that, while it is certainly appreciated, I do appreciate the opportunity for that. That also puts us in a situation where we'd have to manage and maintain those boats. A rental kiosk and a company that we would use for a rental kiosk would manage that entire process. They would manage the fleet. They would make sure that the fleet and associated equipment like life jackets and paddles stay in good operating condition. And that would also be a revenue source that would help us assist with the property.
Okay. Commissioner Andrews?
I mean, there was assertion that a donor is available to and interested to donate that kiosk. It's not going to be revenue generating or even revenue neutral for decades, if ever. I am not opposed to having kayaks available for people to use, but of all the priorities at all the parks in this entire county, that are going into this budget, this is not at the top of my list, and I'm not going to support this investment at this time. If somebody wants to make good on the commitment that they made at the time we agreed to purchase this property for $3 million out of our ARPA dollars, then I would welcome that contribution.
Commissioner Seifert, I appreciate your comments on and I'm intrigued, because I plan on using this, like either the kiosk or the rack, one or the other. But what about the restroom?
Well, there's a restroom there. It's not near the water.
Okay.
A porta potty can be put in just like at lots of other parks.
But I would like to clarify something, and I appreciate Mr. Chase's optimistic view of the kiosk preventing people from using their own boats to go into the water. Unless you're manning it there with somebody, that's not gonna happen, because most people are gonna, like, instead of spending $15, I'm gonna drag my kayak through the woods, go to the water. That's what most people are gonna do.
Respectfully, I understand that, but from the parking lot, it is about a 3,000-foot carry for the boats. And there's very few paddlers who are going to say, I'm going to carry my kayak 300 or 3,000 feet when they can go to any number of lakes close by and drop in 10 feet away.
We'll find out, won't we?
Commissioner Flynn.
I mean, since we have been discussing about this kiosk, but since we haven't, like, heard the plan or how it's going to look on the property, I worry about liabilities of nobody there watching who's renting it, carrying it, someone gets hurt, someone, God forbid, can't swim. Who's there to support that liability of, 15-year-old has debit cards now, they can go and run it.
Mm-hmm. So if we properly sign, have proper waivers in place, that absolve us of that.
Okay. Let's have a roll call vote, Sam.
Can you restate the question, please?
So this is the motion to separate the question. Basically, it would, in effect, remove from the budget funding for the Camp Greilich kiosk.
We have an attorney has his hand
Oh,
up.
Matt, go ahead.
So just under Robert's chair, I'd suggest first that we do the motion to divide the question, and if that passes, the second motion would be the action on that those two issues.
Thank you, Matt. Okay, so this is the motion to separate, after which we'll vote on whether to allocate those funds. So roll call vote, please.
Morris?
No.
Nelson?
No.
Seifert?
Yes.
Walter?
Yes.
Andrews?
Yes.
Flynn?
Yes.
Jewett?
No.
Henschel?
No. 4-4, the motion fails. So we are back to the main motion, which is the budget as presented, other than the one thing that has already been changed by a motion.
So just to clarify, the motion includes the two Camp Greilich investments, correct?
Yes.
So if we vote on this motion as presented, we are voting to approve it. If we reject it, we can
Correct.
revisit this question.
We reject it, we're out of business come January 1.
Well, if we reject it, we're
have
still
further
here. We can
discussion.
still discuss more and see what it takes. So let's have a roll call vote on the budget as a whole with the one change that we changed.
Sorry, I have
Commissioner Andrews?
further questions on the budget.
You have further questions? Okay. Go ahead.
So in the memo, there's a discussion about the payment for our retirement obligations, and it indicates that there's an additional payment to MERS in the amount of $798,000 in 2025. I'm looking at, page 5 of the budget memo. But as I understand it, we're going to hear a presentation later today indicating that our 2025 contribution to MERS is $1.06 million. So I'm just trying to clarify, what is our payment in 2025 to MERS?
The payment in 2025 is determined based on an actuarial valuation.
Right.
It has two components. There's a normal cost for those employees that are currently still earning that benefit, and then there's the unfunded liability amortization payment. The $798,000 number is that unfunded. That's the payment that we're required to make to be fully funded by 2034 per the agreement that we have with MERS. And then, so the total of the two numbers, the normal service cost plus that liability that we're trying to fund is the $1,063,000 total. Yeah, $1,063,092. So there's two components to that. The item that's specifically mentioned is that piece that it's the unfunded liability that we have amortized and have the ability to pay over time. The other amounts are built into all of the budgets that have employees who are still earning the defined benefit. That's built into the department budgets.
So our required payment in 2025 is $798,000.
For the unfunded liability,
Is that the full extent of our required payment in 2025?
No, we are invoiced every month for the amount that the employees have to pay. There's an employee contribution for some of the public safety, our sheriff's department employees, and then we have a liability for two groups in the circuit court and the front of the court that the county does pay, but those costs are built into the budget. The total payment that we would make to MERS, irregardless of what we're discussing, would be $1,063,000.
And that is, and that amount is fully included in the budget,
Correct.
even though it's not referenced in the memo.
It is referenced in the memo. We're only referencing the part that's called the unfunded liability amortization. The pension is not fully funded at this point, and every year there's a valuation that's done. The valuation tells us what the payment is for 2025. The budget memo references that UAL, unfunded actuarial liability, that's the payment that we're required to make to be fully funded by 2034.
Each and every department that has an employee that has a defined benefit, retirement, and those employees are paid for through their individual departments. So it's a departmental cost. This is a general fund allocation of $798,000 to the UAL.
I'm just trying to reconcile the assertion that we have a payment of $1,063,000 in 2025, required employer contribution, and $798,000. As long as both are covered, I would argue that the information in the memo is incomplete, but as long as it's somewhere in there, I guess we'll take the word for it.
$798,000 that's specifically mentioned in the administrator's budget documentation narrative is part of the total payment that we need to make in 2025.
There's a reference in the memo to the amount of opioid dollars that we've received to date being $1.6 million, but in the packet, the budget indicates that opioid funds appear to be $500,000 in 2025, and I don't know, and I'm looking at page 12 where it says the various, the summary by fund.
In the summary by fund, I budgeted $500,000 for use or for expenditure. To this point in time, the only amount that has actually been committed to is the amount that's been given to the district court for supplemental services through addiction treatment services. I put a budget amount of $500,000. That can change. I mean, it's just an amount. It's not the amount that's available in the fund, but rather than make a budget amendment every time an expenditure is approved, I estimated what that expenditure might look like without having additional discussion with the board regarding the use of those funds. It's a $500,000 number that I came up with.
I appreciate that. I think my frustration is that we don't have a revenue by fund document in the memo that identifies the amount of that funding. And I do think that's a matter of public interest. How much money, how much opioid dollars are we sitting on? And it's more of a transparency issue than a budgeting question or a question as to whether the $500,000 that is in the budget for spending out of that fund is appropriate. I appreciate that you needed a number, but it does seem like somewhere it would be helpful to the public to know what those dollars are.
Well, on the other side of the budget, a budget has two sides. There's an equal amount budgeted to cover that $500,000. That's a revenue amount. It's a fund balance, so it's the same number, just the other side of the budget.
All right. Any further questions on the budget? Commissioner Walter.
I have a couple things. I don't know the wording again. Motion to reconsider. What is the?
Motion to divide.
Motion to divide. And I'd like to reconsider the question of this finance position that administration has talked about a little bit a while back, but we never really saw enough information on it. It's clear to me we need more help in the finance department. If we could have a finance assistant, I think it would help. So Dean's not working till midnight trying to pull together things out of workday for us. And I'm interested in exploring that because this process, again, has been disappointing, and I think going into next year, we need to improve the process. And I think with the budget that we have and the new technology that we have and the just growing demands on finance, I'd like to revisit that position.
Is that a motion?
That's a motion. Yeah.
I'm sorry, what's your motion?
Well, the original motion is to divide the question,
And what is it you want to divide?
But on what?
to add a finance assistant.
So I'll support that, so I'll second that for
Okay,
discussion.
motion by Walter, support by Andrews to, this seems more like a motion to amend the budget motion.
We haven't passed the budget, though, so.
Right, but we have a motion on the floor, and you were, I know, Matt, go ahead. You're going to say it better than me anyway.
Yeah, Matt, help us out.
Sure. So procedurally, I think you should follow what you've been doing, which is a motion to divide the question regarding the addition of a finance position. That motion has been seconded. Under Roberts, that's not debatable. So I would recommend, even though it's totally your call because it is just Roberts, that you resolve the motion to divide the question. If that passes, then the mover, if they choose, would make their motion regarding the path forward on that position.
Okay.
And if that is seconded, then debate on the issue.
Thanks, Matt. Okay, so the motion is to divide the question regarding the finance position. There is no debate, so we'll go right to a roll call vote.
So I just want to clarify, the question we could debate at this point is whether we should have a discussion about adding capacity to the finance department.
Yep. Okay,
Yeah, you're not necessarily agreeing to the position, you're agreeing to a discussion on it.
yes. Clerk Gedman, when you're ready.
Nelson?
No.
Seifert?
Yes.
Walter?
Yes.
Andrews?
Yes.
Flynn?
Yes.
Jewett?
No.
Morris?
Yes.
Henschel?
I'll vote no. Motion carries. So, floor is yours.
Yeah, I'd like to maybe hear a little bit more information from administration on this position. I mean, it's become more and more clear to me that we need some help for Dean and his department. It's not because of Dean, it's because of an increased workload with a $51 million budget with lots of moving pieces. And so I know I'm putting you on the spot because I didn't ask you. You didn't ask me to bring this to you.
How many people work in finance?
We have 5, counting myself.
When's the last time you increased that number?
The most recent change was a reduction when I wasn't here in 2016 and 2017.
All right.
Commissioner Walter, oh, sorry.
Let's have staff.
I do appreciate, I appreciate this. As you know, we brought this forward late in the game because of recognition that Dean and his staff were taxed with managing all the day-to-day activity that occurs in finance, trying to look forward into the future with budgetary requirements, budgetary needs, and the system that we have is in place. The adaptive planning is in place. We were able to put the budget directly into the workday product, and we are still learning that. But the reporting mechanism that you and I have talked about, it's challenging. Dean owns that report, and I can't go in and create something at this point in time. We could always change permissions, but it has to come from the finance director. So I recognize the stress on the finance department, and I would appreciate to have an additional staff member. I do recognize it's going to put us out of balance, but that is something I'm sure that we can do if this board believes that this position should be approved. And I don't think that Dean is interested. I will tell you that. When we've had this discussion after our previous discussion, he's like, let's just leave it and come back in another year. I respect that. He's very conservative in the way he approaches everything, quite frankly. But I recognize there's an impact on an employee, and that employee needs to be taken care of.
Anything else from staff?
If I could add, since basically even prior to 2022, we've been heavily involved with some other departments, HR, administration, with the ERP implementation. That was a 50-week implementation. We went live November 1st of 2022. It's a huge learning curve for not only my department and human resources, but also for all of the departments that use that system, from payroll to entering invoices for payment. I spent a lot of time in meetings learning how to develop that system. This summer was no different. We worked on the adaptive planning budget component. We're finishing that up this week. The one thing that we're lacking is the reporting capability at this point. As Administrator Alger just mentioned, I am okay with waiting. I think it's better for us to wait. We have tried, and I will always try. I work with the two guys to my left. We always try to answer every question you have. But in the course of processing payroll and paying the bills, answering questions, emails, returning calls, it's been a challenge working with the new ERP and the new budgeting process to get a clear and concise budget report to you. We're fine right now. I don't want to do anything rash. We haven't dropped any balls. You're probably not getting all of the financial information you want. It's not intentional. It's taken some time. And to bring somebody on right now, I don't have the time to train. I would just as soon wait. We'll make the request for the subsequent year. We can always add a position during the year. I guess I'm seeing some light at the end of the tunnel, and it would be a challenge to work somebody else in. I don't see the demands for the ERP system and the budgeting going forward like we've had in the last 3 years. And we've taken on some other things. We've got the MIDC. All of those invoices for attorneys and their services were handled by the courts. That has been transitioned to the finance department. The appellate cases by the circuit court have been transferred. We have a lot coming at us, and we're good at this point. I do apologize if you're not getting the financial and the budget information that you need. I understand that you need that, but it's certainly every day we come in, all of us, all county employees, we do the best that we can do. Sometimes you really have to be patient with us. We're learning. The new ERP system has been a huge learning curve for all of us. The payrolls have been processed on time. I still get a few calls from suppliers and vendors saying, how come you haven't paid our invoices? But I think we've got most of that behind us. Just give me some breathing room here. I'm fine. I'm not asking for a position at this point, so we can wait.
All right, Commissioner Nelson.
Mr. Bott, I want to publicly disagree with you. You do an amazing job at this. I know you're hard on yourself. You hold yourself to very high standards. As everyone gets on the elevator, I want you to look at the plaques on the wall down there. You've got a series of plaques. We've had decades of service out of you, Mr. Bott. You do a great job. I appreciate all you do, and we have thrown a lot at you with all these new systems, and you have done an amazing, great job. I always get good answers out of you. We shouldn't be able to pick up the phone and expect something in 5 minutes from you. Never asked for that, but the team that you have up there does amazing work. You get great audits, very clean audits. So I think you're being a little hard on yourself, and I appreciate why. But thank you for what you do. This has been a tough budget year for many reasons, and you have risen to the occasion. So I want to celebrate all the successes you've had and not end the year with you kind of being so hard on yourself, because you don't deserve it.
Commissioner Andrews.
Thank you. I appreciate Mr. Botts answering my many emails and meeting with me over and over for budget related questions, finance related questions. I am concerned that to pass the 2023 budget, the board did that on a fast forward schedule early because of the switch to workday. Last year's budget that we sat through was on a fast track at the end, and it was very challenging. This year we hired, I believe it was Guidehouse for, I believe it was $250,000 to hold our hands through the budget process so that we would not be in the same position today that we were in a year ago. And yet a lot of the information that I would like to see in a budget, for example, where are we on the 2024 budget? We have one-page summary by fund, and I believe that was the original budget, but we have amended the budget scores of times over the last year, and we know that we're under budget in many areas. We have no idea where we're under budget. We have no idea why we're under budget. At least we don't. I appreciate that administration does. It is too late at this point to have a different process. The onesie-twosie questions we've thrown at you is not efficient. It's not efficient for you, and it's not efficient for us, and it's not efficient for the public who expects us to do our most important job, which is pass a budget that is tight and that we understand, frankly. I do believe we need additional support in administration, in finance in particular. If we are taking on more MIDC budget spending oversight and more spending in other areas, are we seeing a decrease in those departments? Do they have capacity? We should be talking about that. We can't see that in this budget. I don't want to do this again in 2025. This has just been year after year after year. We don't know where we've got excess funds. We don't know how much the sheriff underspent by. We don't know how much why the health department's budget is going up $2 million in 2025. It's just not explained. Why is the Parks and Rec budget dropping 30% from 2023 spending and 2024 budget to 2025? We don't know.
We need a motion on the floor.
There's not.
There is a motion.
Let's call the question on the budget.
Well, right
There's
now,
a motion on the
motion to
floor about
divide.
the finance.
Oh, that's right.
come to order.
No.
Right
Did we
now,
pass the motion to divide?
Matt, do you want to weigh in?
Nope, I was just going to agree with you, Chair. We had discussion prior to a motion on what to do with this finance position.
Right. So the board voted in favor of dividing the question so that we could discuss adding a finance position, but to debate, we need a motion on the floor. If there is no motion, we will just go back to the main question. Is there a motion?
In light of the finance director's recommendation that we not add a position at this point, I am not going to make that motion.
Okay, so we'll go back to the main motion. And is there discussion on the main motion, which is the budget?
And to be clear, the budget includes every line item in the capital improvement plan list, right?
That'd be
That's correct.
Okay. Okay. If there's no more discussion, let's have a roll call vote, please.
This is on
The main
the
budget.
2025 budget.
The original motion, yes.
Seifert,
No.
Walter,
No.
Andrews,
No.
Flynn,
No.
Jewett,
Yes.
Morris,
Yes.
Nelson,
Yes.
Henschel.
Yes. Motion fails, 4-4. So those who voted against passing the budget, Matt, did you have a recommendation?
I think you're going where I'm going,
Okay.
which is a motion to reconsider would be in order if one of the four who voted no was so inclined.
That's you.
I voted for it.
No. You voted against it. The earlier motion. The motion to remove the Kayak kiosk rental and the.
he's talking about the whole thing.
Matt, could you clarify?
So-
We're talking about the
So
budget
first,
motion.
we need to get the budget back on the table. So the first motion to reconsider would be the 2025 budget in its current form. If the discussion at that point, assuming that reconsideration is approved, then a motion would be in order to approve the budget. And then if the issue remains the kayak, it would be a motion to divide the question on the kayaks and the bathroom and then a motion regarding how to dispense with that. And I can go through each of that piece by piece. First one, motion to reconsider the 2025 budget.
Procedurally,
Reconsider the 2025.
could not Commissioner Seifert simply make a new motion to approve the budget with the exception of the Kayak kiosk?
Yep, it's a new motion.
That would be a new motion, would it not?
Yep.
That would be fine.
Commissioner
So
Seifert?
made.
Okay, motion
Without
by
those
Seifert.
Two items, right. Support. Second.
Okay, motion by Seifert, support by Andrews to pass the budget with the removal of the bathroom and kiosk in the amount of $145,000 from the budget. Is that correct, Commissioner Seifert and Andrews?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry, yes. You can't hear my head nod, apologize.
Okay. Any further discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Walter?
Yes.
Andrews?
Yes.
Flynn?
Yes.
Jewett?
No.
Morris?
No.
Nelson?
No.
Seifert?
Yes.
Henschel?
I vote yes. Budget's done. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Okay, let's take a recess. We'll be back with the rest of the agenda. agenda, which is items removed from the consent calendar. We'll take them in the order they have appeared on the consent calendar. We'll start with item A4. This was pulled by Commissioner Nelson. This is the ARPA status report. Commissioner Nelson.
All right, got my mouth full.
I tried to draw that out for you.
Yeah, well, less I talk, the smarter I sound. So back, and if you go to A4, if you go to the status report, and you go down to near the bottom, Whitewater Township, Lossy Trail, Wetlands Mitigation Improvement. We approved that plan for the trail. As some of you are probably aware, there's been a complete 100% turnover in that board. The previous board for the last 6 months had been almost non-functional. The new board took over November 20th. There's a whole long story why or whatever, but with the election there was a turnover. They tried to get those funds allocated with bids and everything, and they weren't able to get it done in time. They had applied for a fire truck and went ahead and found a way to buy a fire truck. And in talking with Mr. Bott and Jenny McCullough, were very, very helpful. And I want to point that out. Whitewater Township has been very complimentary of the help you've given them. They realize that the funding for a Freightliner CSA 1,200-gallon, 1,500-gallon per minute pumper, to answer Commissioner Seifert's question of what it was, that they could transfer this request to this fire truck. And it's an allowable expense. It moves it from the trail, which will now be those same funds will be used for this fire truck. They met at 8:30 this morning at a special meeting, and they voted unanimously to authorize this transfer on their resolution 2024-03. So the fact that it's 03 kind of tells you about how the last year has gone with them. So if I would hope that the board would understand any questions you have for me. I wanted to pull it so that you understand what happened, and Mr. Bott can maybe explain some of the other technicalities of it, or Ms. McKellar.
I would
Does
ask
anyone
for
have any
a
questions?
motion on the floor before we start debating
All
anything.
right, well, I would like to make a motion that we accept their resolution to transfer the Lossy Natural Trail Wetlands Mitigation Improvement Project to the Freightliner CSA 1,200-gallon pumper.
Support.
Motion by Nelson, support by Jewett. And then,
Point of order.
yeah, go ahead.
The agenda item is to receive item A4. The agenda item is not to add a discussion of the Whitewater request for an alternative amendment. So this isn't on our agenda to accept a motion on the Whitewater.
I disagree.
Well, let's ask our legal
It was
counsel.
part of A4. Actually, no, I make the call under Robert's rules, and that's who would tell you. So if you want to challenge that and see if the board agrees or disagrees with me, we can be here all day, but.
So to be clear, the agenda item is item A4. Item A4 is ARPA status report that was pulled off the agenda.
Mentioned at the beginning of the
And it's
meeting.
your interpretation that under item A4, we can make a motion to transfer the funds, $95,000, from an agreement made in 2022 from a trail construction to a fire truck. Is that the motion?
An allowable expense, yes.
So the Whitewater Township allocation is part of this agenda item. I know it's a stretch, but it's something I've seen the board do historically. So if you think it's inappropriate, you're welcome to vote no.
We certainly don't want to give $95,917 back to the federal government either.
So
I concur.
we can, if we reject their request to transfer, we can return that funding to the county, and then the county, in the due order of business, in the new term, can take up how to spend that $95,000, whether it's on bathrooms at Power Island or a fire truck for Whitewater, correct?
Let me check with staff on that. That was not my understanding.
That is correct. But Dean has the details about the standard allowance and whether or not we are butting up against that or not. So go ahead.
Yeah, technically, this funding, the award that was made to Whitewater Township was within the county's $10,000 standard, 10 million, sorry, 10 million.
Been a long day.
Boy. The $10 million standard allowance, so it can be used for any governmental type service, and that's why it could be used towards the purchase of a fire truck. The only requirement would be, under the general rule, the final rule, is that it has to be obligated for use by, before the end of this year.
Can we obligate it for use for county purposes?
Absolutely.
And then basically that reserves the opportunity to discuss how to use it in the future.
That is correct. And that was the issue, though, when Jenny and I, Ms. McKellar, were contacted by Whitewater Township. The new board did realize that they did not meet the definition of obligation of the funds, which was probably a misunderstanding by the previous board. And we worked with them to explain what that meant, to obligate the funds. We reviewed their report that they had already filed, which did include the fire truck. The fire truck is it's one of those items that's specifically mentioned. So it's a valid use, and for the purchase of that fire truck, they do have an obligation. They've made almost $100,000 payment. They've got a purchase order, but the trail did not work for them. They were not far enough along in that project to have obligated the funds.
So they did provide us an attestation letter as we required, and that attestation letter said we can do this. Now, once they file the agreement and the County Board of Commissioners approves that agreement, my understanding is the funds are obligated. So essentially, when they put us on notice that they could not do that, that put that agreement on the shelf. So these funds are not obligated from our perspective. Did you talk to them again about timing? Our perspective is that the funds are not obligated, and we need to do something by 12/31 of this year.
Okay. Discussion?
And the things we can do are nothing, in which case they go back to the federal government, make a decision to give them to a new project, the Whitewater fire truck, or bring them back to the county to determine at a future date what the county wants to do with them. And right now, the option 2 is on the table.
Correct.
Right?
And we would have to write an agreement, so this, I would think that this board should, ahead of Whitewater Township's request, authorize administration to enter into that agreement with them for the expenditure of funds, unless you want to have another meeting in December.
All right. I'll ask for a friendly amendment to that effect. We have the mover of Nelson, support of Jewett, that the motion include that authorizing administration to effectuate the obligation of these funds.
Yes.
I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Keep in mind that the new board took over November 20th. They were not able to get the contracts in place between November 20th and December 18th on the original.
Yeah. And I understand they were drinking from a fire hose. They walked into a place with locked computers and no codes. And
Locked computers, shredded paperwork. They're
Yeah.
doing everything they can, and this has been a challenge.
If we have
Commissioner Andrews.
$95,000 of unallocated ARPA dollars, that is our obligation is to this community. We gave
Yeah.
Whitewater, we funded a project. That project is not going to happen. We may decide that the best use of those $95,000 is a truck, but we told the community in no uncertain terms that there were no unallocated dollars. And now we're suddenly saying, oh, no, wait, there's $95,000, and we're not only going to accept them, but we're going to decide based on zero information. There is a sentence in an email that we got. It's not even in the agenda. It's not in a packet. The public has no information about this. The better approach, the fair approach, is to take this, accept it for the county, and turn around, put it in an agenda, and let the public know that this is what we're going to do. We can give it to them, but we should do it through a fair process, not through what appears to be a very non-transparent process, an email that we got that the public has no idea what we're even talking about, and it wasn't even on the agenda.
Commissioner Seifert.
Well, I'm a big stickler for procedure because some of the best things about government is that it takes forever. And so things aren't decided to do that.
Today's
Having
a good
said that-
example.
Well, yes, today's a good example. On the other hand of that, I'm also a big believer that government should be doing things for people that they can't do for themselves, not what they won't do. I understand that this is a last-minute thing. I would have preferred it to have been a little different, but I believe me, somebody's going to correct me because I'm going to be wrong in my dates here, but not too long ago, somebody had a surplus of ARPA funds, and the procedure was, hey, we got a surplus, but we really could use this, and we gave them the $500,000 back. And while I agree that we could deliberate and we could be buying bathrooms with $95,000, I haven't seen a park project yet that saved anybody's life. I've been advocating for a fire truck in my part, for a tanker, for a fight all those farm field fires forever. I'm going to be in support of this. If this was for anything other than a fire truck, it'd be no. But I'm like, it's $95,000. It's the 11th hour. You got a board, a brand new board, to vote unanimously for this project. That's like Moses coming up and going like that and parting the Red Sea at 8:30 in the morning. You got to recognize the good when you can see it. That's all I got.
All right. Is there any further discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Can I get a repeat of the motion?
So the motion is, motion by Nelson, support by Jewett, to accept the resolution from Whitewater Township and authorize administration to effectuate the documents to obligate those funds.
Andrews?
No.
Flynn?
No.
Jewett?
Yes.
Morris?
Commissioner Seifert convinced me, yes.
Nelson?
Yes.
Seifert?
Yes.
Walter?
Yes.
Henschel?
Yes, motion carries. Thank you. All right, so next, a motion would be in order to receive and file the ARPA status report.
So moved.
Moved by Jewett.
Support.
Supported by Nelson, to receive and file the ARPA status report at item A4. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Brings us forward to item B3, the Grand Traverse Department of Veterans Affairs in Leelanau County Agreement. Commissioner Flynn.
Director Michael Roof is here. He did a lot of work to update this contract, so I just wanted him to give a little report to us.
Welcome, Director.
Sure. Is this on? There you go. When I came in 2018, they had had this agreement with Leelanau since, I believe, 2015, and it had been renewed every 3 years. And a lot of back and forth with Administrator Richard Lewis up in Leelanau and the Finance Director, Kathy. And the change to this, not only going from 3 years to 6, since 2018, they said that they would renew it if we kept the cost at the same, and we froze it until this agreement. It was $46,618 a year, and what that does is we have a county veteran service officer go up to the Leelanau Government Center, meeting with veterans, their dependents, right there in their building, and we provide that service for claims, appeals, financial assistance. We take the application and we work with their administrator and finance to get financial assistance done for their residents. But the change comes that since 2019, I have been administering, project manager is the title for the state for Michigan Veterans Affairs for the grant for Leelanau. When Administrator Chet Janet was there, he was like, get it and do with it what you want and come up with some ideas and we'll support it. And in the past, we've done advertising through radio, Leelanau Enterprise, billboards, meals, informational meals for veterans and all kinds of stuff. And, we had never increased that cost to their county for me doing their grant processing. And it brings in, with the grant, between $30,000 to $60,000 into their county and what we can do for them. So that was the change for, really, the initial change for this agreement was adding an additional $10,000 annually to help support us getting the grants and working the grants to expand the advocacy of their office and what we do up there. So this approves a 6-year contract for $56,618 annually.
Okay. Any questions from the board?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Support.
Motion by Walter, support by Flynn to approve as presented, item B3. Is there any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Director Roof. Appreciate all the work you do.
Thank you so much.
Brings us to item B5. This is the Barracuda Email Protection Software Renewal. Commissioner Jewett.
Yeah, just a question for our IT Director, Cliff, maybe? I see in our packet here that you're just requesting a 1-year, but I do see in here we have a 3-year option also.
That's correct,
Go ahead and introduce yourself first.
Oh, I'm
please.
Cliff Dupuy, IT, Grand Traverse County IT. Thank you, sorry.
Is there a reason, I guess, when we look at the 3-year, it saves us just shy of $1,000 a year over the course of 3 years, but is there a reason why you're only seeking a 1-year renewal?
No, there wasn't. I'm always trying to go for 3, but I was just trying to keep within our budget what was already approved or going to be approved today, so that's why I did it that way. But I'm happy to.
Well,
it's going to be annualized, so they're only going to bill us each year. It's not going to. We don't have to pay all the 3 years up front.
Okay.
We can just pay it as an annual basis.
Okay, that's what I was trying to get to, because I think if we can save, it's just like, what, $6 or $8 shy of $1,000
Yep.
every year by going 3-year. I would much rather see us go with the 3-year.
That'd be great.
And everything, so I would make a motion that, hold on a minute, that we approve B5 for the Barracuda Email Protection Software renewal for a 3-year contract.
That would move it, if my math is correct, to $26,302 per year versus $27,294.
Correct.
Okay.
$26,302.
Is there a second on the motion?
I'll support it.
Okay. Motion by Jewett, support by Nelson. Commissioner Seifert.
Cliff, is there any penalties if we get out of this contract early?
If we were to leave the contract early, we'd be responsible for that. So let's say we got into year 2, we decided to go with something different, we would pay, and if we were already in that year 2, we wouldn't have to pay for the year 3. There's not a penalty, but we wouldn't be able to prorate. So if we went 6 months in, we decided to go away, they wouldn't prorate us 6 months back. We'd be responsible for the entire year, if that makes sense.
It does make sense.
Is that the case with the 1-year contract as well?
Correct,
Okay.
Yeah, they wouldn't prorate us. Yeah.
Commissioner Walter.
Yeah, my main concern, and I hope you can speak to this, Mr. Depew, is with everything going on with the city's divestiture process, our divorce related to IT services. How does this impact it? I mean, that's why I'm leaning toward the 1 year instead of the 3, with everything going on and so many unknowns with what services we're going to provide. But can you speak to that? Because do they have a separate email system?
Yeah, they do. They have a separate email system, and that software that we're using currently is tied to our domain name, gtcountymi.gov. We can't tie it to anything else. It's
So it doesn't cover the city at all anyway?
No, it's very unique just to us.
Okay, thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Okay, any further discussion on the motion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Chairman,
Cliff.
I move that we approve, I guess we don't have to.
Nope, we already did.
Yeah, I was thinking we were receiving it, so.
Nope. All right, that puts us to B8, Township Appointments on Board of Public Works. Commissioner Andrews.
Yes, thank you. In the packet towards the back is the memo from our attorney. Last time it came up, or a couple of times ago that it came up to appoint people to the Board of Public Works, and our attorney advised that we should, and I'm looking for his language, wait to appoint. Our recommendation is to continue with the structure, but we do not recommend removing anyone. However, as positions become open, the county may wish to consider changing the composition of the BPW and work to reduce the number of members through attrition. So far, I believe we do have one vacancy, which is the MTA position, but otherwise we are over the statutory number, and we are going to exacerbate that with today's action. what we talked about doing last time this came up, or a few times ago this came up, was to ask for an Attorney General opinion interpreting the statute and its applicability to Grand Traverse County, which is in a unique position. Could we get an update on where we are, getting an AG opinion, and the position that we're in again to go against council's suggestion and to keep appointing positions beyond the statutory number?
Subsequent to the direction from the Board of Commissioners to seek the AG opinion, I worked with Mr. Nordfjord of Cole Stoker. We created a letter that we sent to Representative Roth to seek an AG opinion. We have not heard from Mr. Roth, or Rep. Roth, so I sent another email to him early last week, and that's the update we have.
Should we also pursue the other state rep that represents our area? And
We will be.
I understand everyone just came through an election cycle and it was extremely hectic, busy time, so maybe that has to do with the busyness.
It was about 6 months ago, but yes, we will follow up with Commissioner or Representative Kafia.
Okay.
All of these positions are in Representative Kofia's district, not Representative Roth's district. So it does seem, Acme, East Bay, Elmwood, Garfield Peninsula are all in her district, not Roth's. So there is a pressing need to the point we're not appointing people from townships in her district. We've got to get some movement on that issue.
Right.
I would make a motion that we direct administration to seek an Attorney General opinion through Representative Kofia.
I'll second that. Motion by Andrews and support by Henschel to direct administration to seek an AG opinion on the matter of the Board of Public Works positions through Representative Kafia. I worked with her for 4 years on the board, so I got to stop saying Commissioner. It's Representative Kafia. All right. Any further discussion on that motion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Commissioner Nelson.
So on the original, I think our attorney's opinion has been to kind of stay the course while we wait for that, which is what this is. But I want to point
No,
out that the Acme Township, East Bay Township, Elmwood Township, Garfield Township, Peninsula Township, all these people, it's a reappointment of that position. They've all been on this board, except for there's a new Peninsula Township supervisor. If we were to appoint any one of these people, you have a township who is paying into the DPW a lot of money every year that would not have representation on the board. So Acme, East Bay, Elmwood, Garfield, and Peninsula Township are all going to be represented on this board, as is the structure of that board. It's the different townships that feed into that combined DPW system. So I think it's important that we not remove any one of those and not have them have a voice for all that money is being spent. So I'll make that motion that we approve the item in B4.
B8.
B8.
Okay. Motion by Nelson.
Support.
Support by Jewett to approve B8. I wanted to ask our attorney if he had advice on this item because of the question of the board size.
So no real update from me, Chair, other than what we indicated in the original legal opinion where the privilege has been waived. So we're free to discuss this. It is in the board packet. Originally, the county was legally authorized for an 11-member BPW. The population size has changed. We do not have a clear conclusion on whether or not the board has to go to 9. Our recommendation was just somewhat protective, in our opinion, to avoid the potential AG opinion that says we have to drop to 9. But in the event that does occur, even if you had 11, we would then be able to rely on the AG opinion. Likely need to do a resolution changing the number and composition for that board. At the time, we had the situation where we could maintain the status quo. I don't have any legal objection to the board making these appointments. I just want to point out that we may find if we get to 11, we have to go back to 9.
Okay. Commissioner Jewett?
I do want to point out that for Garfield Township, it will be the new supervisor, Joe McManus. I do believe it was former supervisor Chuck Corn that was on there.
Yeah, I
It is
apologize.
still the supervisor position,
Yeah.
but it will be a different face representing.
Commissioner Seifert?
This may be premature, but if we have to go back to 9, who's going to determine who gets cut?
I have a thought on that.
I would ask the DPW board to figure that out.
So,
Well, I mean statutorily, is there what's the procedure for that?
We can have rotating, so for example, Garfield could have a 2-year term followed by Peninsula for a 2-year. There's ways to address that.
I have some thoughts on that.
Commissioner
I
Nelson?
serve on that board. This is my committee. As a county commissioner, I serve on this. I think that would be one that we could change that role from a board member to an observer. There's also a citizen member who is on that board. I think those 2 positions are, and then we also have the drain commissioner that serves on that board. We actually have 2, I take that back, we have 2 at-large members, so, and a county commissioner, plus the drain commissioner. So there are some options that don't remove supervisors. Or
Matt, I saw you up here. Go ahead.
I just wanted to indicate that the statute only requires under the existing structure that the drain commissioner is legally required to be a member of the body. The rest is really up to you on how you structure it.
Okay.
Cool. Thank you, Matt.
So
Thank you.
my position on this particular one is that the statute is in regards to forming the board. Once the board is formed, I think the size stays the same. We keep the representation. I think that's the most fair to all concerned. We're avoiding taxation without representation that way. If the AG comes back and says, no, you gotta cut it back, then we'll deal with that. But I think we should keep status quo for the time being, based on the fact that the board is already formed.
So this is a fee for service, right? This isn't a tax. There's no millage, BPW millage.
That's correct. It's all fee-based.
Not at the county level.
When the government takes your money, I call it a tax. You can name it whatever you want.
The township.
You don't have a choice.
They get water and sewer in return.
Right, but you're not allowed to put in a well and supply your own. You are forced to be on that system. Therefore, it's a tax. Just the way I look at it. So.
And this is for the other direction of flow, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Darrell. All right, any further discussion on the motion? Let's have a roll call vote.
Flynn?
Yeah.
Jewett?
Yes.
Morris?
Yes.
Nelson?
Yes.
Seifert?
Yes.
Walter?
Yes.
Andrews?
No.
Hinchell?
Yes, motion carries. Well, Commissioner Andrews, welcome to the only person who voted the other way club with me. I think I'm the only one that does that. All right, we are done with the consent calendar, and we are on to departmental items. Under item 9 in the agenda, we'll start with item 9A, Sheriff's Office Taser Purchase. Welcome, Sheriff.
Good morning, Commissioners. Mike Shea, Grand Traverse County Sheriff. You have in your packet a PowerPoint from our office identifying the request to purchase new Taser 10s to replace our antiquated ones. This request was made in our 2025 budget. We haven't seen what has been proposed in that budget, but we have been told that that was not supported. We did review our budget, and we are, as of yesterday, approximately 90% expended. We do have funds in our budget, which we confirmed with Mr. Bott, and so our recommendation and request is that you allow us to purchase them out of this year's non-expended funds, so that we can get our officers, them in the hands of our officers, which I believe is truly an officer safety issue at this point. We have tasers on the road now that are actually the ones that I was trained on over a decade ago, and we have issues with them. So we have Captain Brinks here, as well as we have an Axon rep, Kyle, with us. So with that,
Commissioner Seifert.
Mr. Bott, is that true?
There would be, across all of the cost centers that are for the Sheriff's Office, funds to cover this purchase. But to explain why we took it out of the 2025 request, it was to balance the request that came in with the revenue. So, but yes, there would be funds across. It would probably take all of the cost centers, including the jail, to come up with the funds to cover the cost of the tasers.
But all of the funds would come out of the sheriff's budget.
That is correct. That would be my recommendation if the board so chooses to do this.
So the Axion rep, do you get to tase him? Should have came here with the demonstration, my man.
Tase who?
Oh, okay. Chair, I'm going to make a motion we approve. It's presented.
Support.
All right, motion by Commissioner Seifert, support by Commissioner Jewett to approve as requested. I just have one question.
I
Mr.
do
Sheriff,
too.
I understand you have been tased. Have you tried the new one versus the old one?
No, I'm quite a bit older right now.
I would like to ask, since we have,
Yeah.
are we going to be able to secure this equipment by, we physically have to have the equipment by December 31st?
Yes, so Kyle Brennan from Axon, thank you all so much for having me. Yes, that is an option. We can invoice and/or start shipping before the
They need to physically be here prior to December 31st or on December 31st for this to be an expenditure against the 2024 budget.
Yes, we can do that.
Excellent. All right, any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
No.
All right, we'll have a roll call vote.
Jewett,
Yes.
Morris,
Yes.
Nelson,
No.
Seifert,
Yes.
Walter,
Yes.
Andrews,
Yes.
Flynn,
Yes.
Henschel.
Yes, motion carries. Commissioner Nelson, welcome also to the club.
Thank you.
Been there before.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Sheriff. Thanks for all you do to keep us safe. All right, item 9B, Civic Center South Park Authority request. Mr. Alger or Commissioner Seifert, this is your district, right?
It is indeed. I'm going to, if the chair allows, I'm going to give the floor to Mr. Alger. Mr.
Sounds
Alger
good.
has or I believe you have some comments on this?
I'm not sure.
Well, let me rephrase that. So as we come along in this, we had,
Jetter's not here.
Mr. Alger had, and we as a board have discussed that we had not voted on, I believe, about setting up a process to be doing awards to our local communities for park projects and some of these other things besides infrastructure. I believe as we go into the new year and the new term that this is a perfect starter point for what we've discussed before. I'm, of course, in favor of providing them some funds, but to my esteemed colleagues that we've talked about, we instead of just willy-nilly handing out money when people ask for it, we really do need to have a procedure and a process to be fair to everybody that's asking. And that kind of was brought up when we gave money to, I believe, Peninsula Township about a year and a half ago, that we're going to, because we give it to other people, we're going to give it to you. However, we don't really have a process.
And Braun.
And
Green Lake.
Blair Township. So I believe, not to put you in the hot seat, but you live there, so you kind of had some thoughts on how we're going to do that?
Not to put you in, but we're putting you in. is what you're
So
saying.
this board directed us actually to come back to the board with a recommendation in January to just define a process potentially for this exact purpose. This board approved an allocation to Civic Center South previously this year.
Oh, and other funds.
Mr. Jetter is a brand-new village manager in the village of Kingsley. I think he has also spent several years on the Civic Center South Board, and he's looking at, I believe this is a strategic planning effort with the village of Kingsley is going through, and to add the Civic Center South to that initiative, this money would go to help offset the cost of that. Correct, Commissioner?
I believe that is true, yes.
Okay, so Commissioner Seifert, do you want to pass on this or?
I
make a
think I'd like to
motion?
table it.
Yeah, I thought Mr. Jetter was going to be here. I
Well,
spoke to him.
it's busy. It's a busy neighborhood, but I would certainly like to table this for and get that process. I did talk to Mr. Jetter and explain that my desire was to put this through that process, and whether it's going to be an ad hoc or, and he was okay with that. As long as he said, as long as you make sure you're looking at it.
Okay, so should we refer this item to a January meeting or? to
Correct,
that-
not the first one perhaps,
Well, we did, the motion was to have staff bring back some possibilities of how we might approach it by the end of January. So I don't think January is going to work necessarily for
February.
this, since we will not have that started yet.
So the motion, and it's in today's agenda packet in the meeting, the December 4th minutes includes the 2 corrections to the minutes from the December 20th meeting, and the motion was direct administration to present a proposal by the end of January for a work group to be created that will discuss the process on how to spend the opioid and marijuana money the county receives. So in order to include parks in the process that staff is already looking at, we should make sure to include, to amend our prior or pass a motion that clarifies that parks is also
I think there were other funds too. I think there was.
I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, this was a discussion much earlier in the year. I don't remember the January thing, but this was a discussion with board direction where people were always coming to us money, not for opioid funds. We did the same thing for opioid funds in December, but I believe this was June or July that we had this conversation.
Yeah, but we did just make, I just made that motion a couple weeks ago to direct staff to come back by the end of January with some recommendations on a process. But I do believe there's other funds that would fall into that. But you're correct that I think the sentiment was it was outside of just opioid and cannabis, but.
So I would make a motion that in the process that administration is bringing back to us by the end of January, they include other funds in addition to opioid and marijuana, including, for example, parks requests.
Does that satisfy you?
Is that broad enough to clarify?
Okay, motion by Andrews, support by Jewett. Does everybody understand the motion?
Say it, repeat it one more time, make sure I have this.
The motion is that we direct administration in the proposal that they're bringing back by the end of January per the prior motion to include a process for how to address parks requests and other similar requests.
I'm going to vote no on this just because I continue to feel that's the board's job. It's not administration's job to tell us how to do our job. It's our job to come up with that process. So I'm very interested in having that process, but my feeling is that this is, the 9 of us make up this, not the administration. So
Well,
that's why I'm voting no.
The original motion was, did you need a second yet? Second. And the original
No, I
motion.
already did. Yeah,
You already
Jewett
did.
seconded it.
The original motion was for them not to create a process for us, but to bring back some ideas on a possibility of a working group with staff or something else.
Yeah,
So
I
it's-
understand,
yeah.
yeah. I think that's us. I voted no on that one too, so
right.
I'm not,
At least you're
I'm not
consistent.
against having a process.
Yep. All right, let's have a roll call vote, please.
Morris?
Yes.
Nelson?
No.
Seifert?
Yes.
Walter?
Yes.
Andrews?
Yes.
Flynn?
Yes.
Jewett?
Yes.
Henschel?
Yes, motion carries. So, do we want to do anything with this item such as defer it to a future meeting, instruct staff to bring it back, or do we just let it go?
I want to bring it back as soon as we have a process.
Okay. Are you going to remember to do that, or you want to instruct staff to bring it
Oh,
back?
I'm working to instruct staff. I can't remember.
That's what I was thinking. If you let it go, it might just go.
Yeah,
So-
I'm not letting it go. Charlie won't let me let it go.
Is that a motion?
So made.
Second.
Okay, so a motion by Seifert to instruct staff to bring back this request once we have a process with which to consider it.
And I second it.
Okay, so we have a motion by Seifert, and support by Andrews. Further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, move on to item 9C, National Community Service Customized Questions. Mr. Alger.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Cameron, our Community Development Coordinator, is going to handle this agenda item, but as a refresher, the Board of Commissioners approved an upper package, a higher level package with the NCS to add additional questions and different reporting mechanisms for the community livability report, and Maxwell is here to discuss some of those questions with you and get guidance from the board.
Welcome, Maxwell.
Hi, good morning. As Mr. Alger mentioned, here to talk a little bit about our NCS survey, and overall, we're looking for comments and feedback on the questions that we had developed in concert with Polco, which is the firm that deploys the survey to our community. If you don't mind, I want to give a little bit of background and talk about Grand Traverse County. In 2020, we started doing these surveys, and what's really awesome about this process is that it gives citizens an opportunity to give us feedback on the quality of life. This is a quality of life survey. And for us, what's really important is the consistency of those surveys over time. So by having a standardized question and standardized process, we're able to track and measure trends in our community, and that helps us be more responsive to the needs of our citizens. And in addition to that, we have the opportunity to add customized questions to the survey. And so looking at the results from our past surveys as well as projects that we're working on, we put together this list of questions that will be included in the survey that goes out early next year. And of course, before we get to that point of deploying this to the public, we wanted to get your feedback. The only other thing I would make mention of is that the survey results from our last survey in 2022, they are available for review by the public or anybody interested on the county's website under community engagement. And just to brag about Grand Traverse County a little bit, if you look at our 22 results, we had some really positive feedback about overall quality of life. 8 out of 10 respondents gave us positive marks on quality of life here in the county. 9 out of 10 respondents said they had planned to continue to reside in Grand Traverse County for at least the next 5 years. And things like safety in terms of neighborhoods and our downtown spaces, commercial areas and so forth, environment, natural resources, all positives for our community. So just encourage everyone to take a look at that and kind of see what our community feels, and hopefully throughout this process we'll get a better understanding of where we need to go in the future.
Okay. So Commissioner Andrews.
Is there a limit on how many questions we can ask?
For you, yes.
You're over your quota.
I apologize to the chair and the board. My flippant first comments.
I understand where you're coming from. This was meant for Polco. Did they say you can add X many for X amount of money? Is it a?
Yes, they did. And it was very limited initially, and I think it's a full page of questions, is it not? And it was limited initially, but the board, when they considered this, said we would like to have a full page opportunity.
Yeah.
And to that point, we've confirmed that the number of questions that we have provided would fit within the page. It's a little bit over a page because their survey ends short of their last page, but we've confirmed that these questions would fit within that space. And obviously a concern with when we were doing surveying is making sure that we're asking meaningful, impactful questions so that it doesn't run too long. And obviously that a survey too long tends to mean that people stop responding or won't complete the survey.
Commissioner Walter.
Thanks. Good to see you here. Welcome. Question, these aren't the final, I mean, there's some errors in here. I'm assuming there's going to be some proofreading involved before we send this out to the public? Okay. And then the EPIC GT seems very, very specific to a certain number of people. It's not really like a general question. And I'm wondering if there's a way, and I don't know if it's through this survey or maybe through another means of surveying, or maybe this is already done, that we're surveying people specifically who have used it to find out their feeling on the process, how it went. Obviously we're asking this because we want people, I mean, it basically is like, I don't know about it or I do. It doesn't really say like, I had a good experience or I had a bad experience. So can you just speak to that a little bit and why this is in there and it doesn't really have really anything to do with the other aspects of it? Quality of
Sure.
life?
Okay, yeah, great point. We did, when we looked at this initially, we had more so, to your point, a question related to, how do you feel about using the online process, Epic GT, et cetera? In consultation with Polco, they raised that issue, how many people in the community have actually used it, and are we going to get a lot of I don't know kind of responses? So we went the route of doing an awareness question related to, hey, do you know about this process? Given the fact that we're trying to promote Epic GT through like our social media channels and so forth, so that the public has awareness about our online permitting. And we had also briefly discussed, potentially in the future collecting some information from the users of our Epic GT and potentially sending out a survey to say, how do you like, using the program and getting their feedback from people who are actually using it.
Okay, I just have a thought, like perhaps a question would be more in line if we asked something along the lines of how do you feel about being able to access your government online versus having to come in person? Because that's what Epic GT is about. And that would be a lot more, anything you come to your government for, anything we can do online so it's more convenient, it's more accessible, I think would be a better question. Epic GT is an example of not having to come into the code office to get a permit.
To
My
that
thoughts?
point, I agree with
Mr. Andrews?
the sentiment. And question number 5, immediately preceding the Epic GT, and I agree with Commissioner Walter, it seems too specific for the audience, which is everybody who lives in this county, the Epic GT question. But to Commissioner Henschel's point, government being online is really valuable, but the questions number 5 ask about things that we're legally obligated to do, have disclosure, accessible public records, that's FOIA, disclosure of public campaign contributions, that's under the campaign finance law, and open budget process, that's required by Michigan law. I don't think we're asked, do you like that we follow the law? It doesn't seem like a really useful question. I think the better question is, would you like that to be available online?
Yeah.
Right? Like that's what you're trying to get at, that the public disclosure of all of that information. To my perspective, question 5 should be more about regular and accessible information without having to ask for it.
Yeah, I agree with that.
That just seems like, and I don't know, I don't really care if we ask about Epic GT. Personally, I feel like there's a tiny subset of people who will take this, and then there's also a subset of people who don't live in the county who use that system, and we're not going to ask them questions. So I feel like if we want to find out if Epic GT is a good process, we should ask the people who use or could use it, as opposed to just everybody in the county.
Commissioner Walter?
Yeah, just to follow up, Maxwell, are these to clarify, these are the only questions, or are these the customized ones in addition to other questions?
So these are only the customized questions. So these are the ones that we can work on developing. The rest of the survey is the standard.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure, because I'd like to see those trends over time. Are we, and so we're going to get that data as well, some of those, the regular things we usually ask.
Yes.
Okay.
And you can look online and review the 2022 report and see where we are against the benchmark and
Right.
that trend line.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Andrews?
In question 2, it asks about the needs of serving staff. I anticipate that we really want to find out about the needs of the service industry, not just the people who are serving. Like, I would like to know if, I think there's a broader
I thought that was
request.
maybe an error. I didn't know
You
what
think
that
that's an
meant.
error? I don't
Serving
know.
staff? I've never heard that before.
I've never heard, that seems like a subset of the industry we're trying to capture. And I'm also, I think we mean, I don't think we mean all seniors. I think we're looking at housing options for seniors who are low income. Obviously, we have a huge retirement portion of our community that is, that we're not trying to necessarily subsidize housing for. I'm not sure if what the goal there is, given how broad that is. And there's a couple of times we use the word seniors.
Maxwell, do you have a clarification on that?
I just noted those as service staff should be changed, and I think it's a great point to include potentially low-income seniors, so.
And then my final question, if I'm still within my
Go ahead.
allotted number. If we're going to call out county facilities that people have visited, I like the Civic Center. I use it a lot, but it's certainly not the only park that the county has, and I'm curious as to why we've provided one park, but not others. And then also, if you went to the Civic Center and then you answer question number, which I think a lot of people who take this will have, their last interaction will be with the Civic Center. If you ask number 4, how was your recent reaction, you are as likely to be interacting with people who work for the YMCA and not Grand Traverse County if that's your engagement. So that's just not a useful question. So you just might think about how to harness the information we're trying to capture from those questions.
Great. Other comments?
To that point, Commissioner Andrews, would that rewording include just parks, any county park?
I think that would be more appropriate than just the Civic Center.
I mean, what's the desired outcome of that question? Have you interacted with these places? And if so, how? Visit, call, both called, visited? I mean, tell me more about maybe the staff or your reasoning. Like, what are we trying to get out of that?
Which question number, Commissioner?
The one that we're talking about, number 3.
Number 3, okay.
I have interacted with the following departments/locations.
I thought that was because of talking about new facilities or moving offices around. That was my thought.
Yeah, and it was also, so questions 3 and 4 are related to one another, and we wanted to get a better understanding of exactly who the public is interacting with and what their feedback is on those interactions.
Other thoughts?
So if I could just add to that. So one thing we experience day in and day out, both at the county and the city as well, is routing people to the right departments. So we get a lot of calls that we have to forward to the city or the townships and vice versa. And we're trying to understand why that is. And so 3 and 4 are trying to address that. The better, more efficient information we can provide the public, so the public is not spending time making multiple phone calls and having to be rerouted to various departments.
And at a department level, we have been talking to the department heads and elected officials about how can we grade our services. And we've been looking at exit interviews with people who have been receiving services or surveys at the exit gate of any given building or park, that you could drop in a note, appreciate the service, didn't appreciate the service, somewhat of a reflection on our ability to serve appropriately. So we're trying to capture some of that with question 4. Certainly there are other mechanisms that we can use to attain that information, but we thought as we were going out for the survey, that should be included.
Yeah, it's so general, like government center. Okay, visit the government center, but there's so many possibilities within it, right? So then they're saying, I had a bad experience. What does that even mean? Did they talk to I don't know, the city? Did they go to the senior center network? Did they talk to, I just don't know that we're going to get anything valuable out of that. I get the idea of wanting to get more customer feedback, but I don't think this is how we're going to do that. I like your idea of specific feedback based on somebody's visit to, the VA office or animal control or Commission on Aging or.
So what we can do, and these are all great points, and we try to be exact, and sometimes we can't. But what we do have with POCL is the ability to do subsequent online surveys. So if we take the results of this survey, we have questions like you have, like, well, what does this mean? What exactly is the response? Then we can start drilling down into that, and then we can post specific questions. So for example, it could be when you're at the governmental center, was it interaction with the city versus the county? Was it the layout of the first floor? And we actually did that in 2020 with the community-wide survey. We went back and we posted an online survey where we were able to drill down even more. So
It seems like question 4, if you want to figure out, it seems like you want to find out how people figure out who to call or how to engage with the county, as opposed to what their interaction was at an unknown office or whatever. So it just seems to me like, do you call the county, do you call your local government, or do you gather information, do you Google, do you go to Facebook, somehow that we can tailor a public education campaign to the way people get information that's leading them to call Bonnie's office instead of calling Becky's office out on the peninsula or whatever, right? It just doesn't seem like question 4 moves the needle on the question you're trying to get to, which is how do we get people more efficiently to the place they want to go for information? But I'm no expert.
Okay, other commissioner comments on the questions? I do struggle with number 2. It's one of those, should government address this questions? And I've used this example many times of, let's throw a bucket of water in the bay and see if it raises the level. Should government address housing for these specific people? I think the question is, should the government take money out of your checking account to help someone else that has a need? It's a much harder question. And I think you'd get a lot different answer if people think of it in those terms. Should everyone get free Ferraris and get to pick their color? Well, sure, everyone's going to say yeah. But should you have to pay for it? That's the question. And I think a lot of times when we think of government doing something for us, people forget somebody has to pay for it.
I don't think people forget that. We pay our taxes. We know, we question.
I don't know about that.
Well, okay, some of us do, but
Anyway.
I guess I think the public is a little smarter than that and knows that anything that we decide to do, we're spending taxpayer dollars on.
I don't know about that either, but,
right.
you know what, I agree. I mean, I can maybe a little more strongly worded, it's like, use tax dollars to provide housing options, the addition of tax dollars in there. But I'm also kind of curious to see how that's going to, what the answer is going to be. I'm not laying any money down how it's going to go one way or the other, but it'd be interesting to see.
I mean, there's way more to the policies that we can do to support housing options than tax dollars. We've got multiple options that we're already using. We've got brownfield, we've got land bank, we've got
They're all tax dollars.
pilot taxes. We are,
Tax dollars. Everything we touch with our finger, there's a tax dollar fingerprint.
But even collaborating with other organizations, are we at the table? It's not necessarily direct, right?
Well, no, I think we do need to have collaborations, but my point is that it's like, anything the county government touches involves tax dollars, whether it's tax dollars that were granted to us by the federal government or the state, or commercial taxes, property taxes, what have you. I'm not saying that we should just opt right out. I'm just saying that some people don't realize that government spends, everything the government touches costs tax dollars.
Well, if we want to reduce the cost of housing, take government out of it. The more government's involved, the more it drives the cost up, so.
I don't know, would the board indulge me to add the word using tax dollars in the middle of the sentence in question 2?
I mean, you're just looking for feedback right now, right? We're not passing this, we're not.
Correct.
Okay, so you don't want a motion at this time? Or?
If you feel that would be appropriate.
Have you got some feedback to revise and bring back to us?
I think that there's sufficient feedback for us to go back and restructure, clean up the errors and grammar, and clean up some questions and bring them back.
Okay.
What's the ETA of this going out? Like, what's the date?
We're waiting on this, so as soon as this process is done, we can ship the survey.
And this, a lot of our residents do travel in the colder months, especially the seniors are, often going to Florida for a number of weeks or even months. So would we be sending this out towards the spring when those people are back, or just hoping they get their mail forwarded and they don't arrive back in May or April and find it in a pile of mail on their counter?
Yeah, so there's both a mail-in option and a web version of the survey.
Okay. We'll move on the agenda if there's nothing else.
Thanks, Maxwell.
Thank you, Maxwell. Item 9D, MERS Pension Fund, using a pension stabilization fund, or use of the pension stabilization fund.
So, good morning, Commissioners. For the record, I'm Chris Forsythe, Deputy County Administrator. I'm going to try to go through this fairly efficiently as possible, given that it's almost 11:30 now. So what this presentation is in part an update from the presentation given to you at the end of August, as well as an immediate recommendation that you can find in the agenda item report, as well as a future suggested approach, strategy, or process to how we deal with our unfunded pension liability in future years. So I just want to go through what was presented to you in August when you got a copy of the 2023 evaluation report. And those are, overall, we had a good return on our investment, but due to 2022 being a bad year in the market, we did lose ground in our funding ratio, and then MERS did drop the assumed rate of return, or the discount rate, to under 7%. Again, this was presented to you in the August 28 agenda item or agenda packet. And we did earlier discuss the annual employer contribution when you reviewed and approved the budget. Moving to the next slide. Again, this is taken from the 2023 report. This does show ballooning. And we are projected, no matter which scenario you run, to be 100% funded by 2034. Why is that? And again, the contributions do show ballooning as well. Why is that? Dean mentioned this briefly. We do have an agreement with MERS. 2017, they did extend our amortization period, but it does say we have to be fully funded by the end of 2033. So again, just going back to the slides, that's why no matter which assumptions you use, we have to be fully funded. But again, there is ballooning due to our unfunded status. Briefly want to mention the Pension Stabilization Fund. This was created in 2022. And since then, we have, using excess fund balance, we have funded that. And today, year to date, we have $6.55 million in that fund. So what I'd like to propose to you is three scenarios, and this is using the GovInvest software, the total liability calculator. 3 scenarios. In each scenario that you'll see, we highlight certain years over the next 15 years. So the default scenario is exactly that. It's just the default settings. I haven't changed any of the assumptions in the software. And so as you can see, this is our funding status this year. It drops in about 5 years, and we are not quite 100% funded by the start of 2034 as required under our amortization extension agreement. The good news is, again, as already indicated, we will be fully funded, and 15 years out, we will be overfunded. And again, this is assuming you're just using the default settings in the software. But we do know, reviewing our fund quarterly statement as well as available reports online at MERS website, that we're probably going to do a lot better than what is assumed. And so if you take a conservative approach and just end at the end of the third quarter, we're assuming a 10.5% investment return. Again, this is based on data that MERS provided. And so you take those numbers, put it in the total liability calculator. We are doing better. We're better funded. And by 2034, we're 100% funded. Yes?
Is that 10.5 ROI over the entire study period?
No, it's just, yeah, great question, just in 2024. In other words, 2025 forward, 6.93% using the standard discount rate. Great question. And again, 15 years, we are definitely overfunded, and any future payments to MERS should stop. So playing around with the settings some more, what if? What if we did make a total contribution of $2 million? That's the 1.063 plus a little over 900,000. What if our assumption is right, about 10.5% for 2024? But let's not mess around with the other assumptions. Let's keep them as is. So again, moving forward in future years, it's 6.93% discount rate. What does that look like? Well, again, if you look at 2028, position improves a little better. 2034, now we're above 100%, we're 101%, and again, doing pretty well by 2038. If you take the default scenario A and B and you put them together, this just shows you how we're doing and where we should be per the amortization extension agreement. I did want to just talk about scenario B and the reduction in the ballooning effect. Yeah, there's just a slight reduction by the contribution of the additional $1 million, but we need to do further analysis, and we need to look at our surplus funds division. So we do have this separate fund within our overall plan where surplus funds go. We have to look at, if we take the surplus funds in future years and we distribute it to some of our other unfunded divisions, we expect that the ballooning will come down even more. But that's analysis we need to do with our representatives at MERS, as probably as well as GovInvest. So what are we recommending? One, we should do the best we can, and we should try to achieve a goal of being above 100% funded by the end of 2033. And we should take necessary steps to minimize the future ballooning. To reach that goal, I've suggested a process for the board to consider, which is basically we do what we did this year. Every August, we'll provide you with the valuation report for you to review and comment. We'll run a scenario then with the data that we have. We'll monitor the fund performance on a quarterly basis. And then sometime in the fourth quarter, once we get our software update from GovInvest, then we can run more what-if scenarios. We can track performance, and then we can look at the pension stabilization fund as may be needed. And maybe we don't need to do anything with that pension stabilization fund in the future, or maybe we're looking at an additional $2 to $3 million in payments. The good news is, though, we have $6.5 million plus on hand. So overall, I think we're doing okay. So again, we do have a suggested motion in the packet. We would like to make this payment in advance. Why? Because we just want to take advantage of compounding that we would get if making the payment in advance. And again, it helps us achieve that, really the long-term goal of how do we best be fully funded by January 1, 2034. This conservative approach of just using $1 million of the fund also allows us to preserve that fund so that we could use it if needed in future years. So with that, I am happy to answer any questions.
Commissioner Jewett.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we direct staff to make an employer contribution payment to MERS in the amount of $2 million prior to December 31st of 2024.
Second.
Motion by Jewett, support by Seifert. Discussion or questions? Commissioner Andrews.
I understood that the $1,063,000 is our required contribution for 2025, right? Is this motion that's on the table to advance that for 2024, or is that
Additional.
No,
an
it's
additional 1 million or an additional 2 million?
additional one plus the 1063, and then Dean would work with MERS to pay that in advance before the end of the year.
Prepayment to get beneficial investment potential.
Correct, potentially.
So, if MERS is right and it's a 10.5% in 2024, and we're sitting on $6 million, $6.5 million in that fund, what are we earning on that fund? And shouldn't more be in that MERS pot if they're earning 10 and we're not earning 10?
Mr. Bott.
Well, what we earn on those funds here are what our treasurer earns on our excess cash. It's not going to earn 10.5% because we can't invest in those same types of investments per state law.
So what is it, like 4%? What are we at?
We're probably under 4% at this point, but pretty close to 4%. And the other reason for the timing is that obviously the valuations that are done every year, they use a date of December 31st. To put the additional funds there, we'll obviously see that contribution in that our next valuation, which would be dated December 31st, 2024. But I think the intent here is that we know that we have an unfunded pension obligation. We can continue to do what MERS tells us to do based on the actuarial valuation. Next year, they would invoice us monthly for approximately $800,000 to fund that unfunded. I think the board, based on your actions, your pension policy, and what you've done with your fund balance policy, and the fact that you have $6.5 million to work with in your pension stabilization fund, we simply want to keep in front of this, stay ahead of it. I think this is prudent for us to do. Takes advantage of the market returns that we've had this year, and we just advance fund what we're going to pay for 2025 plus approximately an additional $1 million.
I guess my concern is that it's maybe a little too conservative when we're sitting on $6.5 million earning under 4%. We owe and have a huge ballooning amount coming at us, 2 to 3 million a year every year, where we're currently at 1. So that is going to triple our budget allocation out of the general fund going forward. Should we move, and we talked about this in August, more of the funds that are sitting in our fund balance, our pension fund balance, into the MERS account?
If I could, and Chris and Nate can respond to this, but in my opinion, we saw really good return on those funds that we have with MERS, and we'd like to hope, and hope is not a plan, but over time, take advantage of what we would hope to be some years where you still have positive returns based on these investments. MERS has a team of investment managers. They manage these pension funds for not just Grand Traverse County, but all of their members. Kind of let the market work for us and hedge the fact that we still want to have funds in our pension stabilization fund for when we fall short of what those market returns do to help us get to full funded.
Yeah.
Well, we
position.
don't, sorry.
Well, and we know we did take a hit last year, so it's not guaranteed that it's going to be 10.5%.
That-
That's the thing. That's why it's like we keep some in a pretty much guaranteed, not awesome rate, but we know where it's going to hover around that, and it's more stable and secure, rather than putting maybe a little too much maybe in MERS, thinking, well, it's 10.5%. Well, it might tank on January 2nd, and nobody knows that, but given the world, I'm not necessarily confident it's going to stay at 10.5%.
If I could add to that, Commissioner Walter, when we bonded the pension in 2021, we put $44 million towards this, including a $5 million county appropriation. And we were 110% funded. That was timed to be done in December, so that we had the result of that in our 2021 valuation. Within the first quarter of 2022, the markets basically tanked. And so that's why we're not recommending the full $6.5 million at this point. You could contribute the $6.5 million to MERS, and then in the first quarter, you could see some of that principal or that contribution be eroded. It's timing. We don't have a crystal ball. Trying to be a little bit, yes, it is very conservative.
We also believe that, well, we know currently that MERS is experiencing a very good year in 2024. We're likely going to surpass 10.5%. I mean, personal returns are 23% and higher in some accounts. So it's, we think that this is the appropriate way to go. It's metered. We do have the drop back with the other funds in the Pension Stabilization Fund. And quite frankly, if we have a string of years that provides us good return on investment, we may not have to use additional Pension Stabilization Fund dollars if we can recover. But the threat of another downturn that could be coming where we lose and cause that discount rate to continue to drop, we're concerned about that. So,
And just to be clear, we're proposing 936,000 additional payment out of a $6.55 million fund. It is, there's a lot of numbers between 6.5 and 900,000. We could double this amount and still have over $4 million sitting in that fund.
and the goal is to be 100% funded December 31st, 2033. We don't want to have excess funds sitting in that retirement account because that does not come back to us immediately. When the last beneficiary dies of a MERS pension, then that money comes back to us. That's decades down the line.
But every year between now and then, MERS is predicting that our annual payments are going to get much higher. And if in fact it turned out we were pre-funding too much, I suspect those numbers would come much further down so that we avoid that additional overfunding at the end.
Our position with MERS improved significantly from the 2022 valuation to the 2023 valuation. We had, I think it was a 7 to 8 year period where we'd have over a $3 million contribution. The results look significantly better with the 2023. We're very hopeful that the 2024 valuation will show that we're even better than we were at the end of 2023. You won't know that, as Chris has indicated here, the process would be to look at that valuation. We generally don't receive that till the end of June, but then take another look at it and see, are we on track? And what can we do to make sure that we stay ahead of the game?
And while we use MERS valuation for our consideration, and correct me if I'm wrong, we focus mainly on market value of our, they use a 5-year smoothing process that I understand why they do it, but we don't rely on that information. When Chris plugs this into GovInvest, we're using market rate information.
For what it's worth, Commissioner Andrews, I agree with you. I wasn't going to say it, but I really think we should double what we're putting in. But my opinions aren't always, the will of the board.
Well, I think too, though, I mean, the more we put in, the more we have to lose, where our investments that we're holding back are more safe and everything. So, I mean, we could put more in and everything, but if we have a downturn, we're going to lose more. So.
Yeah, I think that's
And their
the
thing
balance.
is too, I mean, when we talk about unfunded pension, I mean, we do have a portion that is unfunded, but I want the people to realize that we are over 95% funded, so we have several $1 million sitting there before this already, even though it's a little bit short, but I do believe over time, if we look at anybody's investments over the course of 10, 15, 20 years, I mean, they typically go in a positive direction and everything, so I'm comfortable with the 2 million right now, and it's just something that's gonna have to be looked at and closely monitored.
Commissioner Seifert, you had your hand up?
Well, yeah, I was just agreeing with that. Not to be the doomsayer guy, but, the market just finished down 9 days in a row. And I hate to have to lose money in an investment. I appreciate the conservative nature, and I also appreciate, coulda, shoulda, woulda. If we only would've invested a little bit more, we'd have been ahead of the game. I'm not a gambler. There's a reason for that.
Right, and that's why I don't look at market, I don't know what it was yesterday. It doesn't matter. I look at last year, I look at 10 years ago, I look at a 100-year history of the market, and it outperforms everything. Outperforms gold, outperforms, real estate's the only thing that comes close, long term, but I don't look at day to day. We have a motion on the floor, so any further discussion on the motion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Good discussion, everybody.
I just want to share some feedback too with Mr. Forsyth. I appreciate the recommendations you also gave. It's not anything we have to vote on, but I do appreciate the recommendations you gave on kind of a new process, or maybe it's not new, but going forward, keeping an eye on it and what that might look like. So thank you for putting this together.
Good presentation.
Thank you.
Very good.
Okay, we're going to take a brief recess. Stretch your legs.
to review what we call the space design program, and now preparing the schematic design. So they now are working on that. We've met with department heads quite frequently, and I think we're to that point, we're getting real close, so we can have the schematic designs, including some elevations, what type of construction we're using, the mechanical, electrical, and plumbing designs that we're looking to use for the projects. Outwell Mobby completed their phase 1 environmental. They did identify there's some suspicious items that they wanted to move into a phase 2. There was a dirt pile out there that we don't know anything about. We're going to conduct some testing of that soils and confirm if we need the due care plan, we call it. We most likely will during construction. And they'll do some additional testing. And then for upcoming work, we're going to complete that schematic design. We're going to use that information to prepare that site plan that we'll then use for budgeting. So we're on schedule. Everything's falling in order. I'll answer any questions you might have.
Commissioner questions? Guess not.
I just want to say thanks. This is a good report. I appreciate your diligence.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thanks, Jerry.
Merry Christmas, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Welcome.
Good morning, Jason Torrey, 911 Director. I think some of the commissioners had questions regarding the use of surcharge funding and revenues for a new facility and what that would look like, so I included a document in the packet kind of outlining my position on that based on my knowledge of the statute and the Emergency Services Enabling Act and how that's been recognized in the past for different facilities that have been constructed throughout the state. And I'm here to answer any questions that you have regarding that.
Commissioner questions?
Has council already looked at this? I mean, I know that this is very thorough, but where are we with other review?
We had that conversation recently. That was something that I suggested at a recent meeting regarding the legal opinion. Certainly, we've done that in the past. In 2015, when we had the 800 megahertz radio project, that was a request of the commissioners. And then we had, at that time, Doug Van Essen, who was a statewide known attorney for 911 issues and support, and he did a review on that and provided an opinion at that point in time. So that's certainly something I think is an option on the table.
Yes, we asked Jason to get this information first, and we'll be passing it along to Mr. Nordshorter or Cole Stoker for further review.
Okay, great.
Commissioner Andrews?
Just to clarify, your opinion is that 70% of the funds, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to catch up, 70% of the cost of a new facility could come from 911? Is that of Project Alpha, or is that of the building that is the emergency building? Because there's 2 buildings, right?
There's one building.
So there's the facility storage. Project
Oh, I'm
Alpha
sorry. Yeah, I'm
includes 2 buildings.
Correct. I'm thinking, for the EOC and the 911 Center, we're going to share space. So that one building is part of Project Alpha, correct?
So
it's specific to that one facility.
So that's the 9,000 square feet. Of the 9,000 square feet, 70% of that can be from
So based on
911.
our concept design work that we've gone through so far and the programming work, based on those square footage amounts, it appears that 70% of that space would be attributable to 911 service and therefore would be an appropriate expenditure surcharge.
And you haven't yet, but at some point will identify, for example, the parking lot, the ground clearing, the engineering work, what % of that, because part of it is the emergency building and then part of it is facilities, and then there's a parking lot that serves both.
Yeah. and
So we
again,
don't
that's-
yet have a number overall of Project Alpha, what % is emergency, is 911
And that's why I said approximately based on the early design work, that's going to be around 70%, because it's going to be those services and infrastructure work and build-out costs that are associated to the direct delivery of the 911 service. So if we needed a parking lot, we should be able to use the surcharge revenue to pay for a parking lot. If somebody else parks in that space, that's not a problem, but if 911 needs that, then that's an allowable expenditure under the statute.
All right, any further questions? Thank you very much for coming.
Thanks, Jason.
All right. Anything else on that topic? Okay, we'll move on to 10A, This is the one we added to the agenda, Antrim County and the District Court.
We received the information that I've included in an email to you most recently. We've received two sets of correspondence. One, a letter from the Antrim County Administrator was brought to a December 3rd meeting that we had with the 3 counties and the court. And that letter basically said we're terminating the agreement as of January 1, 2025. There was significant discussion at that meeting about, is that truly what that means? Because the previous correspondence almost a year ago, in fact, a year ago, said we need to have this, we're noticing you, but we need to have this legislation enacted before we can make any moves. From our perspective, administratively, that email, that letter that was provided to us by hand on December 3rd states we're done with this agreement effective January 1, 2025. So we did ask, after the meeting, we've asked the Antrim County Administrator to go back to the Board of Commissioners and ask if he could rescind that letter. And then we got the second correspondence from Antrim County, which was a resolution saying we're going to have our own district court in Antrim County. So I've since corresponded with Mr. Scott and said, you know, where does the rescission of the letter stand at this point in time? And there is a meeting tomorrow that he is going to be inquiring if they can rescind that initial letter dated December 3rd of this year. My point in providing the email to you was just provide you the information that Antrim County has made a formal resolution to do what they have stated they want to do, which is fine. There is no state movement on this at this point in time, to my knowledge, and we share costs with Antrim County, about 17% through our district court. So we may have an issue with a funding agreement and who and how we go about the separation of the court when it comes to Antrim County. Subsequent to the December 3rd meeting, I've reached out to an attorney by the name of Steve Lydell, who specializes in treatment courts, things like that, that was a recommendation by Judge Cooney that this gentleman may have significant expertise in this area. So we've reached out to him. We're waiting for an engagement with Mr. Lydell. He wanted to go through a conflict process. I don't believe there is a conflict for him to represent us in this matter, but we are waiting on that engagement from Mr. Lydell. So I just wanted to bring it to your attention, have a discussion about options, and I'd just like to hear from the board.
Well, my question obviously is, you know, I think everybody wants to just keep going as things have been, but can we legally pay a bill for someone we don't have an agreement to pay a bill for? And what obligation do they have to pay us back? Because we employ the staff that works at the Antrim County District Courthouse. We're paying paychecks out on Grand Traverse County taxpayers' dime, and we don't have an agreement to get reimbursed for that after the end of this month.
Well, that is the belief that we have. There was a lot of discussion at the December 3rd meeting, and I felt that the Antrim County Administrator was basically assuming that our staff would continue to support the judges in Antrim County until this is resolved by legislation. I don't think that's what the agreement says. The agreement says you're going to pay 17%, and as I mentioned, they had significant concern about not availing themselves of treatment court activity and yet paying for a treatment court personnel. So I know there's concern there, but I don't know what happens January 1st, 2025. From my estimation, as soon as we hit January 1, 2025, the number of staff members assigned to Antrim County are no longer employed.
We've got two pieces here. One is, under state legislation, we have a unified district court with 3 counties. As the other part of that is the funding agreement between those 3 counties. We are the fiduciary for all 3 counties. We pay all the bills, they reimburse us. That's the way it's worked since 2001?
2000, I believe.
2000? Well, that funding agreement part where we pay the bills and they pay us back, that's a document we all voted on, all 3 county boards, and they said they want out of that document. At the end of this month, that's effective. Based on a year ago, they gave us notice. So we no longer have a funding agreement, but we have a unified district court. I don't see how we can continue to pay bills attributable to expenses of Antrim County without an agreement that says we will get reimbursed. That's putting Grand Traverse County tax dollars at risk. I don't even, I don't have a legal review, but it doesn't even sound legal. Like, we can't just give away money.
Right, yeah.
Well, yeah.
So the judges will serve. They were elected by the electorate of both, all 3 counties, and they will serve Antrim County until a new judge is appointed or elected or assigned, whatever that process may look like. But the staff associated with that and the costs that go with it are enumerated in the agreement. So I don't quite know. I'm hopeful that Mr. Scott will get back to us as soon as possible after tomorrow, and that there's a rescission of the December 3rd letter. I just don't know that.
My other question is, if their board votes to rescind that, there's not a mechanism in the funding agreement for rescinding a notice. So all 3 counties would logically have to accept that this is an amendment to the agreement. They have rescinded the notice. That isn't going to happen by the end of the year. They've really put us in a tight spot as the fiduciary by waiting till the last minute and not having a funding agreement after the end of this year.
The discussion largely leaned in favor of let's just keep going. Take away the rescission. We're going to work with Antrim County through the next year, whatever time period they need to get the resolve that they want. And we can work on that 9 months from now, 12 months from now, whatever that looks like. But the letter that we have, Judge Cooney has a different opinion about the letter we received on the 3rd. We collectively, administratively agree that's a termination. So I hope that the Antrim County Board sees that and is willing to give us that period of time to work through this. Oh, sorry.
Why, this is a little Groundhog's Day. We had a conversation on December 4th. We had this discussion. They went back the next day on December 5th, and they doubled down.
Yeah.
They didn't go the other direction. So why do we think all of a sudden tomorrow they're going to now reverse course? It seems highly unlikely to me that Antrim County is going to change its position based on nothing new from us, right? Like,
very fair. But the words used in that meeting were, "We get it."
but then 7 days later, they said, and also we maintain our position. It seems like a temporary funding agreement is necessary for us to be able to continue doing what we're doing. They can maintain that it's rescinded, and in the meanwhile, they can go month to month, right? Like, that's what you do when you're about to get evicted, and you can go month to month. And it doesn't, your position is your position, but we've got to have some assurance of providing services uninterrupted on January 2nd without an agreement. That seems risky to me as well.
Well, it sounds like the board and whoever you're meeting with, I'm not sure, is it the administrator?
Yeah.
There's a disconnect, obviously, between what they believe to be the truth that they're carrying forward to you and then the board action. So,
I don't know how. They've been talking about this for a year and a half.
and there's
Antrim
still
County.
no legislative action. I mean, have we been in connection with DeMoose and other people who represent them?
We have
there's
previously.
nothing, right?
So SCAO actually came out with an opinion this year that said, we don't like this. And it kind of put things on pause. But now the 13th Circuit and the 86th District have kind of seen some advantage to having Antrim County be their own court. Because of that, they're asking for board agreement, Grand Traverse, Leelanau, and Antrim, to agree to some letter to SCAO that says, we understand this, we're all okay with it. And the chairman was in the meeting when that was talked about, and he expressed his concern about. I don't know that our board would actually support that. So to Commissioner Andrews' point, we're in a pickle. I'm trusting that Mr. Scott's words are what is a reflection of the board's intent. We don't know that. So if we need to, we.
Doesn't sound like it by their board action. There's a disconnect.
Yep.
I'm trying to figure out what the right thing to do is here, and because of a confusing coming at us, we have to look at our responsibility to with the funds that we control. That's my concern. But I'm trying to find out what is a good solution here that's right, that we can hang our hat on.
I don't want to try and force someone to stay in an arrangement they don't like, but at the same time, they're not ready to move on. They don't have legislation. The governor has to sign it, and there's no indication as to whether that'll happen. So I think if the easiest thing would be they just simply rescind and we accept the rescission, or all three counties have to pass a month-to-month agreement of some sort, which is...
we just passed a budget that approves
Yeah.
that spending plan, basically.
Assuming 17%
Assuming
revenue.
17%.
Is there a chance they're going to meet again and rescind this?
They're supposed to meet tomorrow. And I guess my recommendation is, because I do have concern about the functionality of the court.
Right.
And I think that if we could send an email to Mr. Scott recommending a extension of the existing agreement with Antrim County specifically, with similar terms to the funding agreement we have in place, if he says yes, then we can just continue to move on. Leelanau County, the administrator, the interim administrator, and was it the board chair? Yes, the board chair was there, not the full board. They said, we're going to do whatever Grand Traverse does.
The non-fiduciary.
Yeah, right.
And we did,
They're okay
We
with
did
that.
offer.
we
if
did
either-
offer, that we do every year. Oddly enough, nobody takes us up on it.
Nobody wants to be the fiduciary, and this is why.
But there are other options, and I think that there's value in just having a further discussion. If they have concern about the terms of the agreement, well, let's renegotiate the terms of the agreement versus let's just separate the court. But it is their board's intention, you saw it, so we kind of have to fit with their plan.
If I was in their shoes, I think I would be looking to a short-term extension, 30, 60, 90 days, everything the same, so we don't have to get permission. We'll extend for say, 90 days, give us a chance to not have a mess, if I'm them. So that's what I'm hoping happens, but barring that,
Do we hand those bills over to the state of Michigan and say, you're in charge of the courts? You know, what are our options here? Because we can't, I don't see how we can give away our taxpayers' money.
yeah.
So to your point that the judge is elected by them, the judge is largely paid by the state. I think that is a separate fund. We can't tell any of the judges that they can't serve Antrim County, and nor would we. However, there are, I don't know the number of staff people in the 86 and overhead costs. Is there any way we can quantify what costs we will incur starting January 1st as a result of anticipating providing services and revenue to match the level of services to Antrim County? Does the state require us to do that, or could we cease doing those things? I get the judges can't, but are we required to basically carry a county that doesn't want to pay us?
Yeah.
If we,
And in addition to that, there is going to be staff
Yeah.
that His Honor is going to come to us and they're going to ask us to absorb because they all of a sudden don't have jobs. And I'm not going to be down for that either. So now there's some.
17% of a job.
Yes, but 17% of a
Are
job, but that's still, there are positions that are worked in Antrim County.
Solely? Are there some?
Yes.
reporter, they all.
There's probation, there's probation agents, there's 4 or 5 people, there's a
So
a
70%
magistrate.
is just of the budget, but there are individuals who are 100% there?
But there's a magistrate that's unique to Antrim County. We don't need 3 of them. It's not necessarily unique to Antrim County, but all of a sudden you're having all these 17% of 4 people, well, it's almost a whole nother person. So you're going to ask us to absorb $500,000, $1 million in payroll.
What's the IT perspective?
Yeah, Cliff Dupuy IT, I just wanted to, real quick, we do have IT services. We have a point-to-point connection with them, and they also use OnBase, which is a beast, an expensive beast. So there are IT costs and considerations also. I just wanted to throw that out there.
Excellent. I mean, it's more to the point. Let them go, but we shouldn't be funding the separation. That applies to the city and their IT woes as well.
Is there something like an escrow or a bond that they could put up for an interim amount of time while we're providing these services without a contract in place? Some mechanism that we,
I was wondering that too, but it again, that becomes messy in terms of what is the, what are the that's a whole nother negotiation on that. It's a good point, but then how do we negotiate that and who approves it and when do we approve that?
Dean,
do we,
any thoughts on?
Well, the agreement, there are positions that are direct cost. Some employees are directly charged when we run the payroll to that cost center in our district court fund. The bigger cost, though, is those positions that are shared. The probation officers, there may be some sharing of office staff. We do pay for part of the judges' salaries, and we have a estimate of what those costs would be. We discussed that. That was handed out at the meeting. I left that meeting with the impression that Mr. Scott, I believe that's his last name, was going to try to convince his board tomorrow that we should just extend this agreement for 6 to 9 months until they sort this out. So, in my opinion, we need to know what they're doing. We need to know what their board decides tomorrow. You can, absent, that is the issue though, absent an agreement starting January 1, the county could be on the hook for any costs that are truly Antrim County based on our agreement that we've been operating under for quite a while.
The problem's there's the fix.
so we could pass a resolution that we are willing for 1 month, for the month of January, given the upcoming holidays and the fact that we're about to adjourn and not meet until sometime in January, to allow our administrator to incur those costs for 1 month and to ask our administrator to let Antrim County know that this board has agreed to a 1-month extension under the existing terms, and then we're going to start to dismantle that department, right, in January, right? We have,
Is that a motion?
Let me build on that.
yes, I'm brainstorming.
So, I think, given the timeliness of this, I think you're right. Let's authorize the administrator to enter into a month-to-month agreement on similar terms than the current agreement. End of story.
I would like a 2-step process. I'm thinking,
Okay.
I like that's like, hey, we're just right now, right here, right now, we're going to give you a 30-month extension.
30 day or
30 day,
month?
sorry, my apologies. No, I did not have a donut. This was a discussion. A 30-day extension as it stands right now with the expectation that they're going to cover their 17%. At the end of that 30 days, we're going to have another discussion or another agreement where it's going to be a continuation month to month, or we're going to start dismantling. I want some teeth in it.
I don't think month to month is enough time, because there is so
90
much.
days to 90 days,
Yeah,
whatever.
I do like 90 days,
But-
because, a month, you're not gonna, if you have to dismantle and it's not enough time.
I concur, but my point is, let's give them 30 days to figure it out because it's the holidays and it's budget season and these people are brand new. At the end of that 30 days, there better be a letter of intent somewhere saying, hey, we'll do a 90-day to 90-day extension or something like that, because it's going to take us 120, 180 days to dismantle this.
At least.
We got to have some teeth in it. I appreciate them wanting to be on their own, and I'm all for it.
My concern is if we did a 90-day extension, then we wouldn't hear back until 87 days before the end, and I think we really need to hear something
Well,
soon.
my point is it's 2-part. The
Yeah.
first part is you get 30 days, as it will extend it 30 days. At the end of that 30 days is when we're going to have a letter of intent for whether it's 90 days, 120 days, or whatever. But in 30 days, if they haven't got their poop in a group and came to us and said, this is what we're going to do, about these financial issues, we're going to start dismantling. They got 30 days. In 30 days, they can negotiate with Nate and say, we're willing to extend our agreement, the financial sharing part of the agreement. It's not that hard. It's a meeting. Well, it's probably like 4 meetings, but
I'll make the motion to authorize our administrator, direct our administrator to convey to Antrim County that the board is willing to extend the contract under the existing terms for a 30-day period with movement within that period expected.
Or, okay, motion by Andrews, support by Jewett. Are you wanting to authorize the administrator?
I think we want to
or
direct the
just
administrator to let them know that this
just
board.
inform them?
To inform them that we have agreed to a 30-day extension under existing terms.
Okay,
You are carrying our directive to
So
them.
inherent in this motion is that we're agreeing to a 30-day extension, right?
Inherent in the agreement is that, yep. I mean, the motion, yep.
We agree to a 30-day extension. Okay, and my question is, if they say, okay, here it is, do you want it to come back to this board and be voted on, or can he just effectuate it?
I think he should be able to effectuate it.
So the motion needs to include to authorize him to effectuate that,
does that give you what you need?
correct?
Partly. yes.
Legal? Matt?
Oh, it's the other party need.
Matt has a conflict, I believe.
Well, that's just a, you know.
Okay, so I have a motion by Andrews and support by Jewett.
Bias 30 days.
Oh, there's Matt.
There's Matt.
Yep.
Bye, Matt.
Hi, bye.
He left.
Just kidding.
You're good with that, okay.
Yeah,
So
thumbs up.
my question, Commissioner Andrews, is what if they say no? That we're not interested in extension?
I think then in January, we're going to have to pick up the dismantling of the,
Yeah.
Very well.
Oh, yeah.
Very good.
We won't have a choice, yeah.
Okay,
but we'll deal with it in January.
so we're clear. The motion by
Buy some
Andrews
little time.
and supported by Jewett was to authorize the administrator to enter into a 30-day extension similar to the current agreement and convey that willingness to the Antrim County administrator.
Understood.
Actuate it.
You got that?
I believe so.
All right.
Do we want to hear from our
I guess
council on that?
He was thumbs
Yeah,
up.
okay, I'm sorry.
my legal quandary here is, I mean, this is Antrim County. We've incurred expenses from them before that we did not get reimbursed for, to the tune of about $100,000. This is just a few years ago, and because it was an insurance claim, and it wasn't specifically worded so that they had to pay us back, they didn't. Are they going to pay us back?
And this agreement doesn't
This
do
this
anything for
doesn't
that.
guarantee that they do.
Well, and some of that's why it's 30 days. I mean, you still got to have a responsibility to the public. But, you know, maybe we could turn around and get a favorite rate and some bed space or something in their old jail that they didn't get.
So specific to that judicial tenure complaint we had, the Grand Traverse County, that was 2016-ish. I mean, the county wasn't clean on it, but the agreement didn't specify any repayment. The agreement has been changed that if any county experiences liability strictly associated with that county, that the 3 counties would not be paying for that, that cost. But
I think we are incurring some risk here, but I think the idea is to mitigate that risk and owe it to both the employees and the public that that service can't end on January 2nd.
Or thank you.
Okay, anything further on the motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, anything else on this topic? Good luck, Nate. All right, item 10B, Commissioner Walter wanted to discuss an ethics committee.
Yeah, thank you. You know, we keep being asked by the public, well, what can we do when things happen to fellow commissioners? And right now, we really can't do anything. And, at least to my knowledge. And I believe in the past, there was some kind of ethics committee, and it was looked at again maybe 4 or 6 years ago, and ultimately did not get picked up again. Am I understanding the history correctly on that, if anybody can remember?
I believe it was suggested, we formed an ad hoc to look at how we should handle ethics. I don't remember a lot of the specifics right offhand, but.
And that
the
died,
conclusion, yeah,
for
and the
lack of-
conclusion continually goes back to, well, under state law, you can't do anything to other commissioners. I mean, you might be able to rescind some of the appointments we do, of like our commissioner assignments, but you know, it needs to be for cause and different. You know, every like if you're on the airport board or Beta board, they have different bylaws and state laws that affect the board members. So there's a limit to what we can do. So that's why you can basically slap someone on the wrist and say you did a bad thing, but there's really nothing you can do that the voters can't do.
Right. So to that point, I know that other counties do have some form of ethics committees. They, different actions have come out of that, and I'm interested in exploring what something might look like for Grand Traverse County. As we, you know, frankly, we have a black cloud over our head right now with multiple situations with multiple commissioners. And it's not the kind of commission that the community is looking up to right now. And there's a lot of issues that right now we don't have any control over. And frankly, I'd like us to explore the possibility of what that might look like. Now, I don't have a formed ethics committee in my mind that we should look at, but I want us in 2025 to get together with some administration's help, whether it's a working group or an ad hoc in 2025, to have them come back with some recommendations on what some other counties are doing, how effective it is, how ineffective it is, you know, what changes we might like to make at the state level that would impact people locally. And so I guess similar to the motion I made a couple weeks ago is to direct staff, because, you know, we're at the end of the year, right? I'm not going to create an ad hoc right now that's going to end in 2 weeks, but to direct staff to bring back a recommendation on whether it's a working group or whether they think an ad hoc would be better to explore the possibility of an ethics committee for the county by the end of January.
Okay, do you have a motion?
That's the motion.
Okay, the motion is to, say it again?
Direct administration to bring back a recommendation by the end of January in terms of a formation of an ethics committee or working group and what some possibilities might look like for us.
Can we use the word bring options?
Yeah.
Okay.
Options.
All right, I will support your motion. So motion by Walter, support by Henschel, to direct staff to bring back some options for ethics. You want committee or process, or?
I think process is more
ethics
general.
process
Sure.
For elected officials or county commissioners specifically?
I would include
Elected officials.
For elected officials, all right. Did you get that, Sam? We kind of stumbled through a little.
I believe so.
Okay, so the motion is by Walter, supported by Henschel, to direct administration to, by the end of January, bring back to the board some options for an ethics process involving elected officials. Discussion. Commissioner Nelson.
Again, I support this process. I think it's the 9 of us or the next 9 that should do this. It should not be, this is not administration. This is our job. And I think we can certainly have that, and I want to have that discussion in the next year. But I can't vote for directing administration to do it. It has to come from us. We're the governance board. This is governance. So I
Yeah, I get
want
what
to
you're
understand
saying.
that I'm in favor of this process and this committee, but it's governance, and it has to be us. So I can't vote for directing administration.
Well, what I'm hoping they'll bring back with is not, they're going to bring back options for us to consider. They're going to do some research to say this is what's happening in these other places. This is a committee. This is a working group. This is a whatever. And here are some options. Now you, the board, can decide what you want to do with the information.
If I can just clarify, this is why I asked for the word options instead of recommendations, because you never want to put staff in the middle of any kind of vendetta or, power struggle on the board. So what this looks like for me is go around some other, you've got the ability to go out and do some research for us. What are some things other counties do in their process? And just bring it as just information, not as a recommendation, but here are some options, what other counties do. And then we can have a discussion with the board that's seated next year and see what seems right for us. I never want to see us in a position where ethics policy or committee is used for like a power struggle, See, all I got to do is accuse that person and then they're out, But rather actually, enforcing if someone makes a mistake, this is how we handle it. Commissioner Andrews?
So I would just, we can't take all of our hats off when we get here, and I wonder if this is a request that might fit our legal counsel more than administration, and I offer that for two reasons. One is, to Commissioner Nelson's perspective, it just removes administration entirely from the equation. We obviously legal reports directly to us, and also because I do think there are some legal issues here that involve what are the legal parameters of what a board can do, commissions, boards, ad hocs, those sorts of things, and also policy provisions. And I do think we have the advantage of having legal counsel that has a very wide perspective, statewide, on other counties, much more so, with due respect, obviously, to our administration, who is inherently focused on this county. And it's not their job to have perspective, but our legal counsel does. So I would pitch the potential friendly amendment that instead of directing it to administration, we ask legal counsel, everything else the same. I think we could get the same information in a more, without it having any sort of sense of coming from administration. Just leave administration out.
For what it's worth, I would be in favor of the motion have that language be changed from administration to legal counsel.
I'd accept that friendly amendment.
I will accept that if the legal counsel is willing to do research on our behalf. Sounds good.
Does legal counsel understand the motion?
You good, Matt? Okay. I've got a nod from Matt. He can come up with
Put a
something
rattle on his head so we can
and
hear
give
it.
us some options. He works with a lot of counties. I'm sure he'll have something that's pretty tight. And you're off the hook, Nate. All right. All right, so we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. And then we have item 11A, Commissioner Compensation Clarification.
So following the vote to change the structure of pay for commissioners, I had several requests for information about other payment issues, like does this policy apply to an appointment from the County Board of Commissioners to a board that has per diem? Does this forbid a commissioner to receive compensation from an outside board that they are appointed to? So I reached out to Matt, and we walked through the policy. He did recognize that there were some things that could be tightened up. So Matt has provided the red-lined policy within the packet for your consideration.
All right.
I've reviewed the red line copy, and I'm in favor of those changes, as it does still cover those folks who are appointed to boards still receiving per diems. And so I'm in favor of that continuing. So I'll make the motion to support the compensation policy changes as recommended.
Second.
Motion by Walters, support by Seifert.
Got a
Matt?
question here from our director.
Matt, go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to make one clarification, that we include in the motion that although it be approved today, it won't be effective until January 1st of 2025.
Yes.
Yes.
All right. The clarification is included by friendly amendment. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. All right. Commissioner and department reports. 12A, recognition of Commissioner Jewett and Register of Deeds Peggy Haynes. Mr. Alger?
Thank you. We have two elected officials that will be leaving the county's service, and one is Peggy Haynes, our Register of Deeds. Peggy has served Grand Traverse County for 24 years as our Register of Deeds, and by all accounts has done a very good job. She has chosen to not be reelected or not run for reelection this year and has been replaced by Scott Rokas. So we have a plaque for the Register of Deeds who is not able to attend today that we will be presenting to her at a date that she can receive it. Secondly, Commissioner Jewett has served our board since 2018 and through 2024, and we want to extend our appreciation to Commissioner Jewett for the service that he has provided to Grand Traverse County and the community.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alger. 12B, we have Lacey Edgecombe, Senior Center Director, update on TC Senior Center building.
All right. So let me take the opportunity to introduce to you Lacey Edgecombe. Lacey is about an 8-year employee for Grand Traverse County. She was the office manager at the health department. And we opened up applications for the Senior Center Director that was vacated by Michelle Crum, my apologies. And we had several internal candidates. The process lent to looking at Lacey's history and deep knowledge of the mechanics of the operations of Grand Traverse County and her ability to be, like I'm not sometimes, very organized and perfunctory. So we thought that Lacey's got a unique skill set to bring to the Senior Center Network, and from all points, for the brief period of time that Lacey has been here with us, she's doing a great job in moving the needle, not just with staff, but also the seniors in the area. So with that, I wanted Lacey to give you an update on the Senior Center facility located on Front Street. And welcome, Lacey.
Welcome, Lacey.
Thank you, Mr. Alger. Again, Lacey Edgecombe, Director of the Senior Center Network. I just really wanted to give an update on the status of the building. It's really exciting. It's getting so close, and I know that a lot of work has happened behind the scenes and in the public before I started. But I'll start with that the Traverse City location is just one building out of a total of 5 sites for the Senior Center Network. We have a location in Interlochen, Kingsley, Fife Lake, and Acme, which we're kind of rebuilding out at Autumn House. So for the timeline, I'll just start with July of 22. This county board approved a resolution to support the city of Traverse City's construction of a new senior center building. And then there was a groundbreaking ceremony for the new building in September of 2023. And then in that year as well, later November of 2023, the board approved the city and county agreement for the use of that space once the building is constructed through 2032, which aligns with the millage that also runs through 2032 for seniors. So just in the next couple of weeks, we're looking at a certificate of occupancy at the end of next week for that building. And then in January, we're hoping to be moving in and finishing things up. Furniture will be installed, and our staff that's going to be located there all the time will be moved in, IT things set up, and getting things ready to go. So our intention is to open the doors on February 3rd, and that will shift all of our programming there that we've been housing elsewhere in Traverse City right now. There's not a specific date lined up yet, but the city and county are working together to have a larger grand opening event in April. I think the intention was to just get things settled and work out the kinks, and then also hopefully we'll have some nicer weather at that time so it can be an indoor and outdoor event to feature things that are outside in the park as well. So right now there are I have 8 staff members and 1 vacancy. My intention is to have at least 3 staff members there when we move into the new building. There'll be 2 office specialists and then our program coordinator for the Traverse City locations. So there's also a program coordinator for Kingsley and Interlaken and then 1 for Fife Lake. But the full-time one for Traverse City will be located at that new building. One thing that we're excited for is to re-engage volunteers at the Traverse City location. We've had a ton of members that have reached out. They're excited about a new building. They can't wait to help out. So hopefully we can re-engage those volunteers that want to help out and facilitate programs and be available to help us. Throughout the duration of the build, we have maintained our programming for the Traverse City locations with partnerships with the VFW, the Traverse City Curling Center, Lafreniere Woods Senior Community, and the Elks Lodge. So we're looking forward to getting back into one building, consolidating those things back, and then there's quite a bit of additional square footage in this new building. The old building was 5,700 square feet. The new building is going to be just over 18,000. So once we get settled, it'll be really great to see how we can expand services, expand programming and activities, and recreation for our seniors. One thing that is new is there's a commercial kitchen in the new building, so hopefully one of the things we'll be adding is some cooking classes. We've had some interest in art classes, additional exercise and recreation, indoors and outdoors. So those are kind of the things that are lined up, and we'll just continue working towards those things and building them out as seniors make requests. I have a picture here. This is the old building, just in case nobody remembers exactly what it looks like. And then we have a photo of, this is the lake side of the new building. So it's quite an improvement. It's beautiful. So I can't wait for everybody to get in there.
We did have taken a couple tours of the facility through the construction process, and it really is a fantastic building, and that porch outlooking the bay is going to be a fantastic place. They've got rockers that are kind of designed to go out there, and really very, very nice work all in all to get the senior center looking as well as it could be. And really, I know there were some early requests to have an opening this year. We just don't feel like it's not our decision, number one, but secondly, it's just we think that we should get in, make sure everything is as it should be and working properly, walk through that checklist before we take the keys, so to speak. So
I think we should have our July board meetings on the
There we go.
porch.
nice. It's beautiful.
Hey, she just said some of us are allowed.
Actually, it's a city park.
Especially if you're a member.
It's a,
All right, so you're not allowed then. I will sit out there and you can't come.
I know. It is, of public note though, it is a city park.
No,
and-
it's
And
fine.
everybody is allowed
No.
to use
We
the
heard you.
park
We heard
space,
you.
but
We heard you the
not
first time.
everybody can use the programming yet.
I'm gonna put up that yellow tape. Seniors only. Sorry. It's been a long meeting, as you know.
Thank you.
All right. Any questions for Lacey? Thank you, Lacey, very
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you, Lacey.
That brings us to second public comment. Would anyone like to
No,
address?
no, you got 12.
We got
Oh,
it.
12,
Departmental.
pardon me.
Organizational.
First organizational meeting of 2025.
I think I start writing this stuff down.
So, what's the plan, Mr. Elder?
So we have worked with Clerk Shealy to kind of etch out what we think is going to occur, but it's certainly up to it's certainly up to discussion here. The first is obviously, the first Wednesday is the first, so staff will not be here and the buildings will be closed, so that date did not work. The next meeting for us logically falls on the 8th of January, in a format that would typically, well, not typically, will have the clerk opening and managing the original proceedings until a chair is appointed. Then the new chair will take over, and the rest is up to the board sitting in January. So 9 o'clock, this is our thought, 9 o'clock on January the 8th will be the first organizational meeting. After the organizational meeting, which is relatively brief, we would have a regular board meeting scheduled for that day as well to consider matters at hand.
Okay.
Sounds like a good date.
So our rules say that the organizational meeting takes place at the first meeting of the calendar year. And our rules say that the regular meetings shall be held on the first and third Wednesdays of each month. So typically, I would expect that our first meeting in January, if it weren't a new year, would actually be the third
15th.
Wednesday, since the first Wednesday is a holiday, which is the 16th?
15th, yeah.
15th, thank you. So if we were doing it on the 8th, we would have to clarify. It'd have to be a special meeting.
I'm fine with the 15th if everyone else is.
Just, that's why I wanted to have the meeting, since the first day, the first official regular meeting is a holiday.
I mean, we haven't set the meeting, I mean, sort of like chicken or the egg, because
Right.
we
Right,
yeah,
set
we
the
haven't
meeting
set it.
schedule
We don't
at
have-
that first meeting, so it's not technically,
But our rules transcend terms. So if we do nothing, the first regular, if Bonnie were to ask a lawyer, I suspect they would say the first meeting is on the 15th.
Well, we've got one, but
Exactly, so.
my thought is it's a new board. They don't have rules yet. That's the first thing you do after you get your leadership is
Yeah.
those are the rules of this board. And even though it's mostly the
it's true.
same people.
That's why
a-
it's kind of awkward,
Yeah.
but.
So Matt, can you speak to that? I mean, because otherwise, right, like how is the first organizational, let's say we were all swept out and a whole new board was coming in.
Right.
How does the clerk know when to convene the organizational meeting?
Typically, this is the process. So either talk about it at a regular meeting before it occurs, or, I've seen it happen where there has been a large change and the clerk follows the Open Meetings Act, indicates here's the date for the notice, and the organizational meeting is set on that date. I think either process is fine. It makes a lot of sense to me while you're all here for you to agree on what that date will be. And I don't necessarily think that the board rules are controlling. I think they're a guide, but you do establish your regular meeting schedule at the organizational meeting. And so it is, as I think Commissioner Walter mentioned, a little chicken and the egg. You've got the chance right now to set it. And I think as long as we meet the notice requirements under the Open Meetings Act, it's whenever you say it is.
Commissioner Morris, did you have a question?
Well, I was just going to say that we can suspend our rules to
True.
make a meeting when we want it, right?
Yeah.
So.
But I don't think we combine the next board by today with that.
So I think the question, Matt, really for this, maybe this is the question, is does it have to be noticed as a special meeting, or can it be a regular meeting even if it's not on a regular meeting date? Does it matter?
Well, I think what we could do to just be protective, because the Open Meetings Act does have some requirements about rescheduling a regular meeting, which we haven't scheduled yet, is we could call it a regular/special meeting for the organizational meeting, and then we've got it both ways, which only
Sure.
requires 18 hours notice. But
Okay.
I don't think that if you have a properly noticed meeting
Right.
for the organizational meeting, that you'll have any problem under the Open Meetings Act.
Let's just call it the regular.
So Matt, given the scenario that I presented for the 8th, we would have to schedule that as a special meeting, and a special meeting is designed for a single topic or a specified topics. We couldn't have necessarily the business meeting on the 8th.
Well, you could, but you would just want to put that in the notice.
We have plenty of time
A
to
special
notice this.
regular meeting.
So one option is special/regular, the hedge meeting on the 8th, followed by a regular meeting starting on the 15th, and just follow the schedule.
Yeah. And just do the organizational stuff.
Just schedule 2 meetings. We're going to have an organizational special meeting at 9, and at 10, we're going to have a business meeting.
Or immediately following.
Which is, I think, what we did 2 years ago, was it not?
We've always done for a long time.
Would it make more sense to the board, since
Talk about one thing.
the organizational meeting is typically kind of short? I mean, we elect our leadership, and we approve our board rules, and if there's not a ton of talk about board rules, we'd probably be done in half hour. Should we just do everything on the 15th and maintain that first and third schedule for the year, versus coming in just for a 30-minute meeting, and then, staff's got to get here and, stop what they're doing? There might be value in just doing everything on one day.
Well, it sounds like you had business items, though, that you wanted to have addressed, since we weren't going to meet again until then.
We do have We have already received agenda items for the 8th meeting, but we could push those to the 15th easily enough. I don't think there's, with the exception of maybe an IT issue that we need to address before that, and I probably could do that administratively, honestly. There's a subscription that we have to approve that's under budgeted, so we have to ask for the board's approval on an IT item, but I can look at that again and maybe handle that administratively and push everything to the 15th.
We do have a process in place for when we don't have a sitting chair and vice chair, but that puts us longer, puts us 2 weeks in that limbo state if we don't meet.
Yeah, I'd rather meet on the 8th.
Yep,
Okay, we can meet on the 8th. We'll just post it as a special regular meeting and just make sure the agenda is posted with
Special
everyone.
regular study.
Organizational meeting and special regular
Special
meeting?
Yes,
Yeah.
Study, get together.
organizational special regular meeting.
County might have a response by then as well that we need to address.
Okay,
Because that would be like 30 days.
all right, anything else on?
So then we'll pick up with the 15th as
With a regular
per
meeting.
usual. Okay,
Yeah.
so the 8th is sort of the substitute for the 1st.
Yeah.
Well, that's an assumption.
Well, yeah, it depends what you guys set.
It could be determined by the organizational meeting that you have a different day or different.
Right.
Right, yeah,
Yeah.
we can't encumber them.
But everybody should come prepared to play on the 8th.
Correct.
There you go. I like how you put that. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Now, are we ready for second public comment?
No, we have departmental reports, don't we?
Commissioner.
Oh, Commissioner Department, yes, you're right. You're right. Any general reports?
I have one.
Commissioner Nelson?
Mr. Chase really should get credit for this and be able to state this, but this board approved the application to the Michigan National Resources Trust Fund, the Oil and Gas Fund, for a $400,000 grant, which was received in December through the hard work of John Chase and the Parks Board, and the Grand Traverse Conservation District is going to have the rest of the money to build a 160-foot walkway across the Boardman Bridge, which has been a problem getting across that bridge. You can now go from this will help you understand, from the YMCA to Keystone Road on a continuous walking and biking path. So that's a nice connection getting across that since we've removed some dams and whatnot. So $400,000 is a nice celebration.
Nice.
So thanks to the Parks and Rec and Mr. Chase.
We talked about that years ago when I was on the Parks Commission. That's good to see it's happening.
Been an issue. And I don't know if anyone was going to mention the swearing-in ceremony on the 23rd at 6 o'clock here in this chambers, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
If anyone wants to come.
Okay, other notices or department or commissioner reports? Commissioner Morris?
Northern Lakes Community Mental Health will be held 1 p.m. tomorrow at Hall Street location. And before that, I'm going to be part of a meeting chaired by one of our newest members, Crystal Frost Anderson, and she's doing a great job. She is chairing the Community Engagement Committee, which the purpose is to gauge the needs of the community and see how Northern Lakes can meet those needs.
Excellent. I chair Buildings and Grounds at the airport, and yesterday the board approved our recommendation to put in a paved cell phone lot. So about, I think, a year and a half, 2 years ago, we had a dirt cell phone lot put in, and it's had great response. Instead of people waiting at the curb and blocking, they can go and wait till they get a cell phone call from the person they're picking up. So next year, we should have a paved surface. People can go and wait and hopefully get a little more utilization and keep people flowing through the airport. All right, any other reports? Now, second public comment. Anyone who'd like to address the board at this time can approach the podium.
Kay Gallagher Ingraham, Long Lake Township. I would like to see in your ARPA fund report that you show the $3 million that you spent on Camp Grelick, even if it could be a memo, because for some reason, we always have to remember that. Also, oh, you guys already got the Ethics Committee. Oh, okay. Also, I would like to apologize for how upset I was at the study group meeting, and I spoke to you. I just couldn't believe you were spending so much time on figuring out a vehicle contract maintenance, whatever you were working on that your administration has not been able to figure out yet. I believe that, you know, when our county started, they probably did a better job of keeping track of their horse and buggy. And I just feel that you should not be able to contract that out. And also, in the middle of the rant, I realized that I had not taken my blood pressure medicine that morning, so you guys were really getting me riled up.
Thank you, Kay.
Thanks, Kay.
Good morning. Bruce Moore, East Bay Township in Commissioner Henschel's district. During the budget discussion, Commissioner Nelson expressed some frustration with what he perceived to be a last-minute change to the budget. And I think Commissioner Nelson's frustration was misplaced. He expressed it to Commissioner Seifert. I think that the entire budget process was a last-minute operation, and I think Commissioner Nelson's frustration should have been directed at the chair for failing to manage the budget process in a timely manner. It has been the same way the entire time I've been coming to commission meetings, and this budget process is broken. And I think that's where Commissioner Nelson's frustration should be directed. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce. Anyone else? El Presidente.
Lloyd Morris, Long Neck Township. Two things. One, I want to congratulate you all today. You did a 89% good job on your mics. I could hear most of it. That's good. Second of all, I want to make a comment that added to something that Commissioner Seifert said earlier, and I believe Commissioner Hensel said something about it also, on taxes. About it. One thing I attended a public thing about the airport where they were explaining what was going on, and they kept saying no local taxes are used on this. We're using state and federal grants. Where do you think those state and federal grants come? From my taxes and your taxes. That's local taxes. The government does not have money except out of our pockets.
Thank you, Lloyd. All right, last call for second public comment.
Yeah.
Seeing none, we'll close public comment. And we have notices, as I mentioned, 23rd at 6 p.m. 2 days before Christmas, we will be here at 6 p.m. just swearing in.
For Hanukkah, too.
Oh, that's right, 2 days before Hanukkah.
Hanukkah is what date?
Starts sundown on Christmas.
Monday, okay.
Excellent.
Be lots of swearing.
All right, any other notices to mention? All right.
Happy holidays.
Happy holidays. Merry Christmas, everybody. Happy
holidays.
Hanukkah. And we're no closed session, so we are adjourned. Thank you, everybody.